Thank you, Pallavi, and thank you, everyone. A very good morning to you, and this is a very proud moment for us at IWAGE, the Initiative for What Works to Advance Women and Girls in the Economy. When we started in 2018, we actually did not think or really realize that we would see this day, but I'm immensely proud of this, and I'm very, very thankful to all the speakers, especially the Honorable Chief Economic Advisor, who has agreed to give the keynote plenary address. And I'm also very, very glad that we could actually have all the people together, coming together, the past and the current ones with us today. With this, I would not take much time because we have our guest speaker here, and I'm going to just hand over to you, Pallavi. Yeah, hand over to you. A very warm welcome, and I really look forward to an exciting day today. Thank you so much.
It is my honor to invite our distinguished guests for the inaugural session. I would like to welcome and introduce Dr. V. Anant Nageshwaran. Being appointed Chief Economic Advisor in January 2022, he is also a writer, author, teacher, and consultant. He has written a weekly Mint column for 15 years on Tuesday since 2007. He has taught at several business schools and institutes of management in India and in Singapore. He was the Dean of IFMR Graduate School of Business and a distinguished visiting professor of economics at Kriya University. He was one of the founders of Avishkar Venture Capital Fund and the Takshashila Institution. He has served on the Academic Advisory Board of DAV schools in Tamil Nadu and the Indian School of Public Policy. He was a part-time member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India from 2019 to 2021. In his corporate career spanning 17 years, he was a currency economist at the Union Bank of Switzerland, head of Asia Research, and global chief investment officer at Bank Julius Baer, to name a few. We are honored to have you with us, sir. I would now like to take the opportunity to introduce Mr. Kapil Vishwanathan, the chairperson of Executive Committee and member of the Governing Council of Kriya University. He is also the current president of the Institute of Financial Management and Research, IFMR, a 50-year-old not-for-profit society focused on education and research. Previously, he was the co-founder and co-CEO of Lumina Datamatics, an edtech company employing over 2,000 people across US, Europe, and India. After his exit in 2016, he dedicated himself to the philanthropic cause of starting Kriya University. He is the managing director of Enfield Agrobase, a social enterprise focused on organic agriculture. He also writes a column in Mint titled Learning 4.0, where he shares his thoughts on future of learning and the future of business and work. It's our extreme pleasure that you could join us, sir. I would now like to introduce Miss Archana Vyas. Ms. Vyas works in Gates Foundation's India office, overseeing program advocacy, communication, and social and behavior change efforts that advance the foundation's goals and impact. She joined the foundation in 2014, bringing with her experience in consumer and purpose-driven marketing and communications for multi-brand, multi-country profiles. Before joining the foundation, she spent nearly a decade leading the media relations, communications, and digital marketing across Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and Africa for Reckitt's over 30 health, hygiene, and home brands. She also serves the World Health Organization's Technical Advisory Group on Behavioral Insights, as well as the governing body of South Asia Learning Collaborative, an initiative focused on advancing social norms based at Georgetown University's Institute for Reproductive Health. Ma'am, we are very excited to have you with us. I would request all our guests for this panel to please come on stage. Dr. Nageshwaran, may I please request you to come to the dais to give the keynote? Okay.
Good morning, everybody, and it's a pleasure to be back among friends. Sharon, Kapil, and others, distinguished members of the audience, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I like the full expansion of IWAGE, Initiative for What Works to Advance Women and Girls in the Economy. I would have probably added wage into a plural, wages, IWAGES, Initiative for What Works to Advance Women and Girls in the Economy and Society. So that would be a suggestion for the 10th anniversary to have the name as a plural of wage rather than just sticking to wage. And also when we talk of what works to advance women in the economy, women and girls in the economy, it also assumes or includes inside that understanding an understanding of what doesn't work or what will not work. So in that sense, I think I congratulate IWAGE for celebrating its 5th anniversary, because many initiatives in the social space need time, perseverance, and persistence. And whatever little I know of Sharon, she embodies the last two very well, persistence and perseverance, and also brings a lot of energy to many of the initiatives that she undertakes. So I'm happy to be part of this celebration of the 5th anniversary of the IWAGE initiative. So I'll start with a quote from Swami Vivekananda. He said, "There is no chance for the welfare of the world unless the condition of women is improved. It is not possible for a bird to fly on only one wing," said Swami Vivekananda. According to the latest round of the National Family Health Survey, India has 1,020 females per 1,000 males, which means we are predominantly a feminine country. Or are we? Women empowerment has gained momentum in recent years with visible progress in institutional births, female participation in household decision making, ownership of bank accounts, use of mobile phones, etc. Compared to about 53% of women who had a bank account in 2015-16, 78.6% of women hold a bank account as of 2019-21 as per the National Family Health Survey data. That said, less than 1/3 of working age females are part of the labor force. While the figure is improving in recent years, economic empowerment of women is a top priority for India at 75. Research has shown that women stand to gain more from economic growth than men. And also I would add, research has also shown that economic growth has more to gain from women participating in the economy. While one benefit of higher growth is indeed increased opportunities for women to participate in the labor force and contribute to growth and development, another fruit of economic growth is realized through affordability of time-saving innovations, such as dishwashers, washing machines, other technological innovations like mobile phones, and even operating your bank account through digital means, etc. And therefore, it frees up many of these technological innovations that render household chores easier and less time consuming, and as well as empowering them, free up women's time and energy. And while these are benefits of the first order, we also need second order benefits of growth, which must come from equitable distribution of household work itself. Women empowerment, therefore, is both a means as well as an end of economic growth. Once again, referring to National Family Health Survey data for 2019-21, it illustrates a significant improvement vis-a-vis the previous survey done in 2015-16. There is an array of indicators such as access to electricity, presence of improved drinking water sources, among others, and these can contribute to freeing up women's time and energy, especially in rural India. It also shows that women are partaking in the gains from our economic development. The data on women-owned micro, small, and medium enterprises is encouraging, having grown from around 495,000 in 2021, which was 17.2% of total MSMEs, to more than 1.3 million as we speak in 2023, which is about 20.4% of MSMEs, an increase of more than 3 percentage points in barely 2 years. Now, let me turn to the all-important issue of female labor force participation rate. There are issues, and I just happened to meet with the gentleman from the ILO. There are issues with the way in which this metric is calculated. Objectively speaking, the labor force participation rate in India indicates that less than 1/3 of working age females are part of the labor force. This raises pertinent questions on whether it is a predominantly supply side issue, one wherein the labor force participation rate remains low due to women voluntarily opting out of the female formal workforce, or is it a demand side issue where there is a lack of employer demand for the female workforce, and naturally both these things are not necessarily mutually exclusive and both are part of the explanation. According to a report by Best Companies for Women in India, as women climb senior roles, the representation reduces from 38% for entry-level positions to just 18% at the senior management level, even as of 2022. And in fact, most of us know from the 2008 financial crisis that one possible source of prevention of financial instability is to have more women leading financial institutions, because they don't necessarily make decisions based on animal spirits or by the rush of adrenaline. They would make more considered decisions. In fact, it is well documented that having more women in senior positions in the financial sector could be an important contribution to financial stability, not only nationally but also globally. So that digression aside, let me get back to the discussion on the labor force participation rate for women. As an omen of opportunity, the labor force participation rate for women has increased significantly from 24.5% in 2018-19 to 32.8% in 21-22 for women age 15 years and above. And this is largely driven by the increase in rural participation rate. But more than 75% of rural female workers are employed in the agricultural sector, implying a need to upskill and create employment for women in agriculture-related sectors. Here, self-help groups are serving as an effective conduit to tap the rising willingness of females to work. The Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Rural Livelihood Mission, which is the government's self-help group's initiative covering more than 89 million women into 8.3 million self-help groups, has been empirically shown to be associated with women empowerment, self-esteem enhancement, personality development, reduced social evils, and additionally, medium impacts in terms of better education, higher participation in village institutions, and better access to government schemes. Success stories include Kudumbashri in Kerala, Jivika in Bihar, Mahila Arthik Vikas Mahila Mandal in Maharashtra, and recently the looms of Ladakh. Self-help groups took the mega challenge of COVID-19 by the horns by uniting and collectively contributing to crisis management. They emerged as pivotal players, leading from the front in producing masks, sanitizers, protective gear, creating awareness about the pandemic, delivering essential goods, and running community kitchens, etc. If you look at the states of Jharkhand, where they spread awareness, floating supermarkets in Kerala, and Prerna canteens in Uttar Pradesh are some of the examples where women made enormous difference. And today, if we are able to talk about the economy having recovered completely from the pandemic, as the economic survey noted a couple of months ago, it is in no small measure due to the role that these women-led self-help groups played in the vaccination drive and in the attendant responsibilities. At the same time, it is important to develop a holistic valuation of women's contribution to economy. The narrative of Indian women's low labor force participation rate misses the reality of working females integral to the economy of the households and the country at large. There is a need to broaden the horizon of measuring work, which constitutes the whole universe of productive activities alongside employment. According to the International Labour Organizations, the approach of limiting productive work to labor force participation is narrow in itself, effectively categorizing those out of the labor force as economically unproductive, contrary to the fact that women's unpaid work contributes significantly to the economy of the household and the country, especially in developing countries. While the definition of labor force measures employment for pay or for profit or unemployment, the concept of work, including both paid and unpaid work, consists of multiple forms of work in line with the United States System of National Accounts 2008. Consequently, a wholesome measurement of work requires quantification in a proper way through redesigned surveys in India, especially in the context of the fact that developing countries and their cultural norms and practices, etc., need to be taken into consideration when we talk of labor force participation in the economy, whether they are paid or unpaid. Such a redesigned survey would reveal the extent of work done by women who are not part of labor force per se, but significantly contributing to the household standard of living by performing expenditure-saving work. And also, the market value of women's unpaid work has been estimated to be around 1/3 of Indian GDP. By changing how we measure work, we can better understand women's valuable contributions to society and support their needs and aspirations through data and fact-based policy making. After all, IWAGE is all about what works, and it is not driven by the sense of pragmatism in the title of the organization is quite an important one. An empowered human being has the power of choosing her course of life. Enabling women to exercise their power of choice is what will empower them. A sincere recognition and progressive elimination of systemic, financial, and psychological barriers will empower a woman just as it will empower a man. A woman can be empowered whether she chooses to join paid employment or take up the role of a full-time homemaker. The key word here is, of course, choice, and not choices made for her, but choices made by her. That said, exercising choice is a result of a complex mesh of cultural and social factors. One may not be aware of one's freedom to make individual decisions or look beyond the gender-assigned roles in society. Therefore, the medium-term target is to make women aware of their agency, especially in rural India, and expand the set of choices available to them. For instance, eliminating friction in the labor market for women who join after childbirth. A second example would be flexible hours at work. These do not confine the woman's choice to an 8-hour shift versus taking care of the household. Recently, both Karnataka and Tamil Nadu have amended their Factories Act legislation to provide for 12-hour shifts, etc. Finally, of course, entrepreneurship is a key example of expanding women's choice set. In fact, I must say it is an expansion of choice set even for young Indian males as well. A female entrepreneur can choose the when, where, and how of her occupation. But in all these things, as I said, the operative word is choice, not norms dictated or defined by male-dominated societies or by the imperative of advancing economic growth. That is why I said the title of the organization should include society as well, rather than just only the economy. Because there are ways in which women contribute to the economy and society, and not just through paid work, as we discussed earlier. And whenever we have to talk of empowering any human being, man or woman, to make decisions, that empowerment also has to come along with information and also an understanding of the perspectives, both historical and contemporary. What is the way forward? We should look towards existing markets which are already female friendly. Research has shown that wage gaps are higher in fields with greater female representation, which warrants policy intervention. There cannot be a different pay structure for the same job, whether it is performed by men or women. Take, for example, the case of health and caregiving. Women in this sector earn 34% less compared to men in India, even though they constitute a majority of the health workforce. Second, market relevant skilling in a gender friendly manner is a prerequisite to good quality employment for women. Here, government's efforts through the Skill India mission has shown remarkable progress. Under the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, over 40 lakh women have been certified with industry level skill sets. Industrial training institutes which provide vocational training have seen a 100% jump in the enrollment of women since 2014. Making skilling work for women. There is a need to create and nurture an ecosystem for skilling with pre-training, in-training and post-training support for medium-educated women to maximize outcomes of skill development programs and minimize dropouts. Forming solidarity groups, counseling centers and hand-holding are required to find a suitable job as well as tackle the challenges encountered on the job. The third focus area, as we mentioned earlier, should be about strengthening female entrepreneurship. The government's efforts in this regard include collateral-free loans, skills training, and demand-side procurement of products from women-owned MSMEs through the One District, One Product program, and through the new initiatives such as Open Network Digital Commerce, which also, more than empowering the small entrepreneur, it empowers the small woman entrepreneur. Finally, how can institutions help? As more women enter the market, the public sector can and should focus on institutionalizing systems of caregiving. With investment towards social care service infrastructure, women will be able to find it easier to leave their homes to find work, and this applies a lot more pointedly in rural India. Care economy services are also a women-friendly field, in fact, and public investments in this area can absorb actually more women workers, so it's a win-win situation. Women find it easier to step into work in the presence of safe spaces for work and mobility. A safe space for work cannot just be brought through actionable laws against harassment. Reliable and fair grievance redressal systems are not just the responsibility of the government, and here the private sector must join hands as well. India's Amritkal ambitions place women at the forefront. A confluence of policy interventions can, in turn, expand the set of choices available to women and empower them. Already, much change is afoot, with rising number of women leaders and improvements to metrics of female welfare. Women indeed have begun to take their rightful seats at the table. We began with a quote from Swami Vivekananda. We will end with one by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. He said, "I measure the progress of a community by the degree of progress which women have achieved." By that metric, India has indeed come a long way since independence, but the journey still continues because the road ahead is still long. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Audible? Yes. Thank you so much for your keynote. What struck me is the fact that, one, we've there's definitely improvement when it comes to females' labor force participation. But as you ended your keynote by saying there's still a long way to go, in comparison with the global averages, India average is still low. But at the same time, I want to be optimistic because one of the reports that IWWAGE has done, looking deeply at the labor force participation, there are also exemplars. It is always a disaggregated picture. There are states, or there could be districts, that are showing certain positive interventions. There's also industry. Within sectors as well, there are exemplars. It's not like we don't know what the solutions really are. It seems like we know the solutions, and some of the solutions that you've listed, we've known them for a very long time. I want your views in terms of, one, how can we accelerate diffusion of already known interventions? What role can government play in terms of accelerating the progress really fast? Because it seems like we've been discussing, debating the issue of participation for a very long time. Being a woman, I feel privileged, having the knowledge, having the support system, but we care a lot about rural populations, vulnerable populations. But it seems like some of the solutions are known, the policy interventions are also known. So I wanted your views in terms of how can we, diffuse faster.
So, Archana, it's a multi-layered question on your part. So, let's start with your first observation about global numbers being much higher than India's. First of all, the ILO website and the World Bank data themselves have footnotes and disclaimers saying that many of these indicators are not comparable across nations. In fact, sometimes even within a single country, comparison over time is not correct because the method of collecting data, reporting, and sample sizes, a lot of things change, creating discontinuity in the data. And so we need to, while we need to use data, we also need to be aware of the shortcomings and inherent limitations of the data in when we make comparisons. So measures that need to be taken span both government and non-government or private sector. Private commercial, private social, both of them are part of the solution. Governments can basically ensure that whatever legal, legislative, regulatory impediments that are there, they need to be removed. Governments can play a part and are playing a part in ensuring both education and skilling for women, girls, children, etc. So that is also something where we have made progress. And for example, as I mentioned earlier in my remarks, removing the drudgery and the time consumption and expenditure of energy in some of the household chores also frees up time and makes them look at other options. That is also something which the government can do in terms of, for example, providing water at their doorsteps or inside their homes, and many other, and also providing cooking gas instead of them having to go and collect firewood from far off locations, etc. So whatever the government can do in terms of legal, regulatory, physical infrastructure, and through provision of better health as well. So a healthy body is what is capable of being a productive body as well. So in that sense, provisions of health, education, safety, law and order, and physical and other infrastructure are government's responsibilities. And to that extent, the faster we make progress in these indicators, which we have been, the faster we will address this issue of labor force participation rate, but they're only part of the solution. The other part has to come from, as I mentioned earlier, from non-governmental initiatives as well. But social norms and cultural practices change, as I mentioned, relatively slowly. And when we correctly try to hasten some of these changes, we need to remember the name of the organization, we need to focus on what works while avoiding what do not work or what will create unintended consequences. And also, last but not the least, the measurement of some of these data, such as female labor force participation, has to be done correctly, because we understand that the manner in which the questionnaire is designed and administered in India isn't particularly consistent with what the ILO prescribes, and some of the economists in the ILO whom I have been interacting with, they actually say that if these were done in accordance with what they prescribed in India, then the actual labor force participation rate for women would be much higher than what is reported. So it shouldn't become a matter. A lot of things today, there is a cottage industry in comparisons, in producing rankings, etc. They are useful because humans are driven by the urge for an instinct for competition and to do better than others. But the process of doing so has to be done with care, because we can only compare what is comparable, and the comparison basis and the levels have to be understood before we pass judgments on the basis of those comparisons. And second, such comparisons should not push or rush us into solutions that are not compatible with some of the cultural, social, and historical norms and practices. Because at the end of the day, we don't want to do things which are counterproductive for the objectives that we pursue.
Thanks, Anand. Thanks, Anand. That was a very good talk and a good response to Archana's question as well. Thanks so much for that. From the spirit of pragmatism, whichever way we measure, I think it's clear that there's definitely room for improvement. One of the roadblocks to improvement in this space that our research from IWWAGE has shown is the prevalence of gender norms and societal norms. And do you think there's an opportunity for a Swachh Bharat sort of campaign that can completely change over a period of 5 years, 10 years, change the mindset here and really enable greater participation? And corollary to that, government is a very large employer, and is there something government as an employer can do to set an example in terms of women-friendly policies, employment policies, and so on? So those two questions, and I know you're short of time, so perhaps.
No, I think both are fair questions. One is the norms. Your first question is that the norms are changing, and that is why we have greater success rate for women, girl children in school education. There are role models for women in societies. All these things are part of the norms or part of the process of accelerating change. And as I mentioned in my initial prepared remarks, the more the government has to know what its role is. So in fact, for not only for government, for every one of us, the ability to understand the areas where we can make a difference is as important as the ability to understand the areas where we cannot. So that distinction has to be kept in mind. The second point about is the government setting an example. I can tell you, I can speak from the experience of the economics division in the Department of Economic Affairs or the Finance Ministry for that matter, where women outnumber men in terms of the number of employees we have. And most of the IES officers who are stellar, and most of them in my team, 3/4 of them are women. And the latest recruitment drives, whether it is in the army, whether it is in the aviation sector, etc., where many fields that were hitherto considered only appropriate for men have been opened up. So I think we are doing the right things that are required to enhance the choices that are available, that should be available to women, so that they can make a conscious decision as to what they choose to do with their lives. So that is happening. But as I said, other areas where, such as creating flexible working hours, using technology to allow, make it easier to work from home, and creating child care facilities, especially in rural India, which will again give women the space to undertake other activities, etc. Those are the infrastructure areas where I feel much more work needs to be done, not just with respect to urban India, but rural India. And those things will make even further qualitative and visible difference.
Can I ask one question? Okay, this is the last question. Okay, um, um, I wanted to ask you in terms of what do you think the role of digital access is going to play in women's economic power, because that's one area that's really, rising exponentially. I know one would say bear in mind the norms as well, the social fabric and the social norms, but how do you see the potential of more digital access, therefore access to information, as far as women's power is concerned?
In terms of digital access, first of all, not just for women but also for men, given the fact that our urban, especially I would say for urban India, where cities are bursting at their seams and commuting has become a chore for all people, regardless of their sex, age, or occupation or education levels. Digital access can only empower them more, and that applies to both sexes. And therefore, especially for women, given the fact that, as I said, one of the other important social norm that needs to change is the equitable division of household chores. That needs to happen. And I think from that perspective, and while that is happening, while that continues to happen through a process of education and better sensitizing of males in the household, digital empowerment only expands their choices and availability. And in this regard, I think digital banking, or even I refer to something called the open network digital commerce, which is going to plug Indian micro and small businesses into the global market space. And while we speak about women entrepreneurship, the ability of these small-time entrepreneurs from small towns or even villages to be able to travel to urban centers and develop their markets is going to be relatively limited, again, whether it is for men or women. But more so for women in the current context. It will improve over time, but right now it's even more difficult, challenging for them than it is for men. And therefore, open network digital commerce, in my opinion, along with the PM Jan Dhan Yojana, which enables so many bank accounts to be opened in the name of women, I think that is going to be a huge transformative development in terms of women entrepreneurship. So I see India's push in the areas of public digital infrastructure to be far more advantageous for women than for men in general.
Thank you very much, all of you. Indeed, our distinguished guests have given us a wonderful inaugural address and have set the tone and directions for the rest of the convening. We would like to present you all with a memento as a token of appreciation and gratitude. For that, I would like to request Sharon Bittu, our Executive Director, to please come on stage and hand over the memento to Dr. Nageshwaran. I would request Rashmi. I would request Rashmi Mohanty to please come on stage and present the memento to Kapil Vishwanathan. Thank you, sir. I would request Shona Mitra to please come on stage and hand over the memento to Archana Vyas. Established in 2018, IWAGE was founded with a shared belief in the transformative power of evidence to promote gender equality. IWAGE focuses on building the evidence base on what works to improve women's workforce participation in India and drive an action agenda for women's economic empowerment. Presenting From Evidence to Action, Shaping the Future for Women at Work, a glimpse into journey so far and the hopes for the next 5 years. For that, I would like to request Preeti Rao, Associate Director Lead, to come on stage and join us for the launch. I would also like to request Sharon, Shona, Rashmi, and Preeti to please come on stage for the launch of the compendium.
Thanks, everyone. So this compendium actually documents the journey of IWAGE over the past 5 years. And can you hear me now? Great. And thanks so much to everyone who contributed to this compendium, past employees, past, present, and all our partners, stakeholders. We are very happy that you could join us for this. And now I'll hand over to Archana to say a few words, and then we will.
Many congratulations, I wages, should I say, now that you've been rechristened by the CA. It has been a fantastic journey. I think the compendium, I saw early drafts of it, actually traces back, I don't even know how many hours of work by the IWAGE team. Some of the catalytic work that's being done in terms of working very closely with the government, with partners, with NRLM, and most importantly, I think what's in the DNA is really evidence to action. So I think that's the spirit with which IWAGE was formed, and that's the spirit that IWAGE is still living, and it's putting forward. There's so many members who are sitting in the audience and who've been instrumental in incubating IWAGE. So Yamini is there. You're now with, I know she's with World Bank. And okay. So many of the folks who are here. So it's a celebration to all of your work. It's celebration to who actually conceptualized IWAGE, and I'm sure you must be really proud. It's a 5-year-old baby, doing really well, and moving forward. So many congratulations to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. We will now break for tea, and I would request everyone to reconvene by 11:15. Also, if you would like a copy of the compendium, it will now be available at the publication desk. Thank you. Attention everyone, I would like to request everyone to please settle down. We will be starting in the next 2 minutes. Welcome back everyone. We are now about to begin our next session on learnings around women's labor force participation. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our speakers and chair. I would like to begin by introducing our chair, Dr. Shamika Ravi. The session will be chaired by Dr. Professor Shamika Ravi, currently a member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister and Secretary to the Government of India. Previously, she was the Director of Research at Brookings India, Vice President Economic Policy at Observer Research Foundation, and Non-Resident Senior Fellow of Governance Study Program at Brookings Institution. Her research focuses on economics of development, including areas of finance, healthcare, urbanization, gender equality, and welfare and poverty. Over the last 20 years, she has taught in postgraduate programs across India, including the Indian School of Business and the BITS School of Management, where she teaches managerial economics, game theory, and microfinance. Her research work has been featured and frequently cited by leading global media outlets, as well as national and regional newspapers and magazines across India in different regional languages. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Now, I would like to start with the introduction of this panel speaker, extending our warmest welcome to Soumya Kapoor Mehta, who has been an integral part of shaping IWAGE. She is a senior social specialist with the Social Sustainability and Inclusion Global Practice of the World Bank, and also co-leads the India Gender and Inclusion Platform. She served as the head of IWAGE and led IWAGE's efforts to generate, leverage, and synthesize evidence on women's economic empowerment. She has interest and skills in the general areas of gender, poverty reduction strategies, and social inclusion challenges. She has worked on several of Bank's flagship reports and has 2 books to her credit. Prior to joining the World Bank, Soumya worked for UNICEF, the Government of India, Center for Policy Research, the Self-Employed Women's Association, and was a visiting fellow at the John F. Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University. She also holds a master's in economics from University of Cambridge. A very warm welcome to you. I would now like to welcome our next panel speaker, Dr. Professor Farzana Afridi, a professor of economics at the Indian Statistical Institute, Delhi, and a research fellow at IZA, Bonn. Currently, she is senior visiting fellow at the National University of Singapore, Department of Economics. She also heads the digital platforms and women economic empowerment program supported by the Gates Foundation to analyze and suggest measures that empower women through and on digital labor platforms. Her research lies at the intersection of development and labor economics. It can be categorized into 3 broad themes: gender and social identity, human capital, and governance. Her work contributes towards designing more effective transfer programs, understanding the role of information, and improving health and learning outcomes. Most welcome to you, ma'am. Welcoming our next speaker on the panel, Dr. Yamini Atmavilas, is a gender sector and philanthropy leader with a track record of building impactful partnerships in the philanthropic, public, and social sectors for advancing gender justice. She is currently the president for Udayti Foundation that works on women's economic empowerment. Previously, she led portfolios on women's economic empowerment programs, What Works initiatives, and health systems research and evaluation with the Gates Foundation. where she founded an ambitious portfolio of scalable programs for women's collective, livelihoods, social empowerment, and evidence and think tank initiatives. She also led the gender studies areas at the Administrative Staff College, Hyderabad, providing policy research and advisory on gender policies, gender budgeting, gender data, monitoring, evaluation initiatives across South Asia. Most welcome to you, ma'am. I would now like to introduce and welcome our next panel speaker, Ms. Sabina Dewan, founder and executive director of Just Jobs Network, which she co-founded with John Podesa in 2013. She is also a senior visiting fellow at the Center for Public Research in India and a non-resident fellow at Carsey School of Public Policy at the University of New Hampshire. Her research focuses on strategies for job creation and workforce development. Within this domain, her research examines how technology, climate change, and the restructuring of trade into value chains are unimpeding traditional employment models and the differential impacts of these forces on women and different socioeconomic groups. Her vast experience includes working with institutions like the World Bank, ILO, and European Commission, as well as grassroots organizations. She is also one of the 6 advisors to the Swedish Prime Minister's Global Deal Initiative. So, welcome all of you. I would now like to request all our panel members and chairs, please come on the dais.
Good morning, everyone. After that very exhaustive introduction, I must also tell you that this is a rare panel for me because I actually know each of them for many, many years now. And I think we have the privilege today of listening to 4 scholars, 4 women who have championed the cause of women's labor force participation, women's access to labor markets in general, but also, just gender as a core of economic activities. And they have done this for many years now. And we have the privilege of listening to each of them. The session is titled Learnings Around Women's Labor Force Participation. So since we have the privilege of having you and your experience for the many past years, we will start with you, Soumya. And the format will be, we have presentations and we have opening remarks from each of the speakers. Then we will have Q&A, some that I have curated, and then we'll open it to the floor. Now, before we get to that, let me just very briefly tell you that if there is one group, I think, of women who can mainstream this issue, it is this. I think increasingly women's labor force participation has found a place in the public discourse. There is, however, there are some very first order issues around which there is still certain degree of cloud. Let me define just a couple of them. To begin with, we are not doing a very good job in terms of the PLFS in capturing women's labor force participation adequately. So I think first and foremost, we must be very candid that when the core or the sort of the origin of this knowledge or this information from data itself is not accurate, then we have certain degree of noise around it. Now the economic survey, and so what is the source of that noise? Well, PLFS does not look at women's productive activities such as poultry farming, milking cows, and such activities which elsewhere, on most other countries, they are typically counted as productive activities, and hence there is a segment in the labor force which automatically gets deleted from the labor force when you estimate for women. That's number one. Now, given that there is a recognition of this problem, in fact, the economic survey from last year, and Anant was here a little while back, and I hope he did refer to it, the economic survey of 2022-23 did make a reference to that, and they calculated something called augmented female labor force participation, okay? And that number was significantly higher. In fact, the augmented number is around 46%, while the PLFS was around 32%. In fact, the ILO number, which we are familiar with, ILO itself, in recognizing this drawback of the PLFS, ILO itself re-estimated women's labor force participation in India, and they estimated it to be around 56.4%. So do you now appreciate the noise and where we are? We are circling around something very core. So that is number one. Statistically, bringing some clarity to where the numbers are, where exactly are we lying. That's the first part of, I think, the policy concern. The second is thinking of care economy overall and thinking of what are the different aspects of women's productive value creation in the economy, which we aren't doing a very good job of measuring. So we have some inkling of it from the Time Use Survey data from 2019-20. But that is just one of its kind. We really don't have too much of a follow-up. We know that on an average, women in the working age group are spending around 7 hours per day doing care, meaning taking care of children, the elderly, so on and so forth. And none of that really figures in the GDP. Now you also know that in the developed markets, these are marketable activity. So because in the developed parts of the world, these are marketable activity, it is a marketable transaction and hence it's a part of the GDP. So one is a statistical issue, the other is from thinking of what are the policy interventions required to mainstream some of these concerns and think of what are the likely interventions. So we again have the privilege, we'll start with you, Soumya. Please do educate us on what are the learnings around women's labor force participation.
Sorry? Thank you so much, and Shona, Sharon, thank you for inviting me. I mean, I wouldn't miss this opportunity for anything in the world because IWWAGE is also close to my heart. It's incredible to have most of my friends here in the audience, and also to say that when we began IWWAGE, and Sharon and Shona were, of course, much before me, we really thought of women's economic empowerment as a central challenge. And, you know, Yamini would also add to that. And then we kind of structured the pillars that we wanted to see, where we wanted to generate evidence on what would really move women's economic empowerment from evidence to action and what would be the learnings that we would glean. And then we identified 3 buckets. The first bucket was that we know that women do not really get into the workforce, or if they do, they don't sustain in the workforce in India. And really, what are the barriers to entry? It could be from the supply side, as we heard the chief economic advisor say. It could also be from the demand side, from what the employers may be expecting for women, and therefore they don't really hire women in the workforce. The second was, if they do get into the workforce, what are the quality of jobs are they? I mean, are they in the informal economy? And many of you who are in this audience don't need me to educate you that a large proportion of the work that women do in India is informal in nature, even if it is unpaid. They don't get benefits, etc. out of it. And then the third was, there was this big platform that the government has on the National Rural Livelihoods Mission, which is really taking the power of women's collectives and how and if whether they are making a difference to women's empowerment and women's economic empowerment particularly. So I thought what I'll do today is probably touch upon some of these initiatives and also take you through some of the latest evidence that's coming out in terms of these 3 pillars. I've now transitioned to the World Bank. We are doing a countrywide gender assessment, which is looking at new analytics around, of course, the national data sets that are available, the CMIE, NFHS, the Time Use Survey, etc. So I just thought I'll take you through 5 or 6 pictures, which seem to be coming out as interesting. So I think this should work. So this basically shows you, and this actually goes back to Shamika's question, that although we may actually address the measurement issue and perhaps even push female labor force participation to say 50-56%, the fact of the matter is that compared to men, there are about 80% men in the labor force. So there is still some disadvantage that women are facing. And if you look at what has happened over 75 years since India's independence, fertility levels have reduced. Education rates have improved. Even STEM, people tell you about STEM to say, oh, women are not there in STEM. Actually, women in India enroll in STEM courses much more than even the Nordic countries like Sweden. The issue is there's a leaky pipeline. They don't manage to stick on in jobs. So women are actually educated and they are actually coming up for such jobs. Why are they not able to reach the 80% levels that we see for women? And why is it that even in the kind of jobs that women are getting in industries and service sectors, a lot of it is still in the value chains, in the informal arrangements? And most worryingly, they are still being paid lower than men. This is something that the CA also touched upon, that there is a wage gap that is worrying. So for the same kind of work, despite, of course, you can ensure that in the public sector and in government jobs, but then there's an emerging private sector, India is urbanizing. Why are women being paid, lesser than men? So that's one. The second is, if you look at the barriers in terms of what prevents women from working, the first, of course, again, the CA also touched upon this, that there is the issue of safety, particularly in urban areas as well. And as women, if you're looking at now urban labor force participation rates, which have always been flat at about 8-9%, what is it that stops women from working? And here what we are finding it is not the issue of safety per se, but the perception of unsafety, which makes you take choices that you would perhaps, not take if you knew that that area was safe. And there's some work that has been done by economists in the World Bank, which is showing that I would, choose a college which is probably in a lower quality, lower quintile college in the South Campus in Delhi than actually going to, a very high quality college in the North Campus, simply because I feel that there is a risk of unsafety by the time I come back. So, and certain random surveys, particularly through GIS mapping, etc., show that 75% of women actually consider themselves unsafe. And that is kind of backed by the NCRB data, whereas there's this interesting statistic that in 1990, when NCRB was done, there were about, like 1 rape per day in India. Now there are about 4 rapes per day in India. So clearly, safety levels have deteriorated. The second is, again, the quality of jobs. I think as India starts moving towards even this issue of addressing labor force participation, what is the kind of jobs that we are thinking of getting our women? Today, if you look at the sectoral organization of the kind of jobs women get in urban India, 50% of them who are in paid employment are domestic workers and help. Is that the kind of job that we are aspiring for women? And then the third, where we are now, at least in the bank, we are trying to make sure when we do women's economic inclusion projects, it's not just getting them into NRLM, it's not just getting them into value chains, but the enabling services, the transport, the skills, the childcare, all of that needs to be built up. And that means you have to work with different departments than just rural development alone. This is an interesting graph. Basically, it uses the PLFS data. On the left-hand side are women, on the right-hand side are men. It shows their progression from 18 to 23. And just focus on the orange part of the figure. By the age of 23, women are 71% of, this is the working age women, are neither studying nor working. So the NEET category is very high for women. And if you see it for boys, it's the exact opposite. It's 17%. Most of them have started working. So what goes wrong? And this is the next slide. Basically, 70% of women in India are still, this is NFHS 5, are still married. And Farzana knows this argument really well, that the mean age of marriage is still pretty low in India. Although we've been very successful in reducing child marriages, but about 70% of married women are married before the age of 21. And if you go back to this slide, which is, if you see by 21, already 57% of women are neither in employment, education, or training, and that explains it because they've been married by then. Now, this issue of care, and I think that's a big part of what women really would, the responsibility of care, etc. And we commissioned a paper by Ashwini, who's trying to use, Ashwini Deshpande, using the time use survey. And the unpaid work is basically divided into productive work, which is now being included in the economic survey, but also unproductive work, and which is care work, but household work, like cooking and cleaning, etc. But as Shamika very rightly said, in developed countries, these services have a marketable value. Are we going to include that in labor force calculations or not? Because that is where a lot of the difference comes in the unpaid work. So if you look at the greens, that's the women, and 92% of the women participate in unpaid work compared to men. And compared to the paid work, it's basically the opposite. If you look at the disaggregation of unpaid work in time use data, it's actually really interesting. Men actually do take up the responsibility of caring for children and the elderly. It's just a difference about 20 minutes per day. But if you actually look at the household chores, the cooking, the cleaning, that's something that's absolutely virtually nothing for men. And there's a lot of time when you actually look at the time use disaggregated data that women will tell you it's not just actually cooking and cleaning, but actually planning for it. And I think a lot of us who are there on this panel would actually attest to that, that you take about 6 hours a day to actually do the planning as well as actually doing the cooking and cleaning. So the CA was talking about, of course, investments in technology, etc. Kerala has done that. They've actually given some, cash transfers to be able to actually shift to better cooking technology and, cooking, I think the gas, whatever it's called. But so this is something that we need to start thinking, because this is a major impediment. This is why women will say that they would want part-time work and flexible work, because this is a responsibility, particularly in urban India, where you have nuclear families, where you would, and you may not be able to afford a maid to do that, is something that women will have to bear. And this is my last slide. I think this is a little bit also, and I think in terms of how IWAGE moves forward, and since the effort has always been to collect evidence on what works, it might be beneficial to start, and we've started to do that a little bit for the country gender assessment that we are doing, is to also look at the big flagship programs and also to congratulate India to say that it has really overcome the first generation challenge, which is to enroll women in these programs. And the first thing that strikes you about these red numbers is that half of the enrollment rates in many of these programs are women, which means that we are reaching half the population. But now we should start thinking of the second generation challenges. For example, if you look at Ayushman, what are they utilizing? They're mostly utilizing the gynac services. They were not utilizing, the COVID relief or the COVID sort of checkups that were being done. If you look at PM Jan Dhan Yojana, they are enrolled, but are they really saving into those accounts? Are we really leveraging those accounts for insurance? Similarly in Mudra, that of course Mudra is mostly women, and that's a great testimony to what the government has been able to do to get women access to loans, but you perhaps need larger loan sizes, particularly to be able to generate that capital and the potential for them to put forward, their enterprise. So I'll just leave you with those thoughts, but I can't wait to see the next 5 years of IWAGE.
Thank you, Soumya. Our next speaker is Farzana.
Okay, thank you so much for having me here. I want to congratulate IWWAGE on this momentous occasion. I've been a part of it since the very beginning, so it's all the more, heartening for me to be here. And I'm going to echo a lot of the the points that were raised by Soumya, but I'm going to do it slightly differently in the sense that I'm going to start. I don't think those are my slides, though. Can I have my slides? Yeah, okay. So When we started IWWAGE at ISI, we were doing a bunch of projects which were aiming first to understand what is the state of the affairs when it comes to women's labor force participation in India, but also then to think of what are the ways in which we can increase the labor force participation, particularly focused on the levels rather than, talk about the trends, which has also been a part of the debate in the sense of whether over time we've been seeing a decline in women's labor force participation or has it been stagnant. So my focus here is really going to be to try to bring to you where we started off, what were the studies that we did and what learnings we got from those studies, but also how they inform potentially the policy going forward. So the first thing that strikes us, of course, is the fact that the level of women's labor force participation in India is low relative to other countries with similar levels of income. So if we look at middle income countries, which is where India would be, right? So India is a lower middle income country, and India falls below this band. So the red dots represent the low income countries, the blue dots are middle income, and the green are the high income countries. And given that India doesn't fall on this line, it means that for its level of income, women's labor force participation is much lower than it should be. Given the measures that we have. So we can look at it in terms of either GDP per capita or in terms of education. India is what we would call an outlier, given other comparable countries with similar levels of education and per capita GDP. The next thing that we looked at is, we've been talking about the time use survey. So the earliest time use survey that we had in India was in 1998, and then there was a very big gap, and we then got the time use survey in 2019. So on the left panel here, basically what we're doing is we're looking at how much time do women at all levels of education, going from illiterate to graduate and above, spend on hours in work per week in this panel. And on the right-hand side, we're looking at how much time they spend on domestic work, which could be cooking, cleaning, care work, everything put together. And what you see is that, the red and the blue lines flip, right? So on the left-hand side, what you have is women are spending very little time, and this holds true across the education spectrum compared to men. So there's this big gender gap. And then the gender gap flips when it comes to domestic work. And this was 1998. And now I'm going to show you the figure for 2019. And it doesn't look any different, right? So the fact of the matter is, not only do we have these big gender gaps, so we could talk about the fact that, there are issues of measurement for sure. But when we look at the time use pattern, not only is there this very large gender gap in the amount of time that women are spending within the home and outside in terms of doing productive paid work in particular, but the fact that it has persisted for so many years. So for at least 20 years of data that we have, we are not finding any change whatsoever in this time allocation within the home between men and women. So these two facts basically take us to trying to think about what are the reasons that we see this low level of participation relative to the rest of the world, comparable countries, but also the persistence of this gap over time. So the first thing that we wanted to do was to think of, okay, there are supply side constraints, and all of us have been talking about both the supply side as well as the the demand side factors, right? So let's focus on the supply side factors. And we all sort of acknowledge the fact that there are cultural and patriarchal norms around the role of women within the household. So on this, here you see this particular graph over here where we did a study where we're trying to find out what are the preferences of men who are of marriageable age in terms of their life partners on marriage matching platforms. And what we find is that overwhelmingly men want to have life partners who are not working, who are saying that they, or if they're working, they do not want to continue working after marriage. So we sort of link this to the fact that there is a preference for, or there is this big gender gap that we see in terms of allocation of time within the household, that women have a disproportionate burden that they share of domestic work. And on this graph over here, what you see is that even if women are working, the preference is to have women who are working in what we call sort of feminine occupations. And what we mean by feminine essentially is that the majority of the workers in that occupation are women. So it could be, for example, teaching jobs, or it could be services sector, and so on and so forth, where the co-workers are predominantly women. And what we see, interestingly, is this: the occupational segregation of women also leads to gender gaps in the wages. 30% lower wages where there are more women in the occupations in which there are more women. So on average, women earn 30% less wage than in occupations which are male dominated. So then again, what this tells us is that the fact that you have this preference for non-working women in the marriage market, and the fact that, in a sense, what that does is that you want women to stay home, bear the burden of domestic work, which means the kinds of occupations that they can take up are going to be closer to home, are going to be more flexible jobs or part-time jobs, and there's certain kind of occupations, therefore, which are more amenable to that kind of, cultural norm and social restriction, which means that there is not just the fact that you have lower levels of participation in the labor market for women, but also you have occupational segregation of women into jobs where they earn less than men would. So that's one point. Now, what we want to talk about is, given the fact that we have this, these social norms, and they are sticky, they're not malleable, it's not easy to change them, as I pointed out to you. There's persistence of this difference in time allocation within the home over decades. So what we did here was to see how can we shift this, the constraint that women face within the boundaries of the house in terms of changing the technology of cooking, in particular, a home production. And so if you look at this, this data that we collected, and this is from, I'm not able to go back. Okay, so if you look at this data over here, we talk a lot children or they don't. So and I think Soumya pointed this out again, is that a majority of their time is either spent thinking about it, particularly in rural areas. They also have to collect the fuel, which is the wood, the cow dung, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of other work that they have to put in, which is attached to the cooking and cleaning work that they have to do. So building on the, the Government of India's flagship Ujjwala program, what we wanted to do was to not focus on just take-up of LPG, which is a clean cooking fuel, which is going to be faster, more efficient, reduce the amount of time that women are spending in cooking, but also the amount of time that they might be spending on collecting fuel. We said, okay, what is it that we can do in order to push these households towards more regular usage of LPG, not just, on the extensive margin that you have an LPG connection. So we ran this information campaign in rural Indore. We did this study over 2 years, and we collected very detailed time use data before the intervention and after the intervention. And what we find is that as a result of this health information intervention, where we were trying to create awareness about the health aspects, but also the fact that they're going to get subsidies for LPG, we find that in spite of that, women, the take-up of the program is limited because the value of women's time is very limited. If you look at the wages that they would get if they were to release this time and work in the market, the value of that time is very limited given the kinds of work that they can do and the wages that they can get. The second was looking in urban areas, and we talked about women's mobility, the fact that they have to look for work which is flexible, which is more amenable to the fact that they can do both domestic work as well as work in the market. What we find again over here is that even when we try to reduce their job search costs by getting them onto these job search platforms, the benefits are surprisingly taken away by the husbands rather than going to the wives, because the wives choose to continue with home-based work, which is the predominant preference of these households at baseline before we did the intervention, and does not change later. And that again stems from the fact that women are conforming to the gender norm of working close to home and taking up home-based self-employment. The next thing that we wanted to look at is, okay, these are the supply side constraints. We weren't particularly successful in moving those constraints or loosening them. But on the demand side as well, there are low market wages, and a lot of the supply side work was telling us that, look, there is low demand for women's work, that the work that they're getting, the returns that they're getting from the market, that the wages that they're getting are not matching enough the returns that they would get by just staying at home. So what is it that we can do in order to increase the demand, increase the wages that women are getting in terms of better jobs, good jobs? And so we looked at, in particular, the structural transformation that is going on in India. And the structural transformation being that we are moving away from agriculture to the manufacturing sector. And we know that a large proportion of women who are working are actually in the rural sector, in the agricultural sector, and they need to get jobs in the non-farm sector. Otherwise, they would drop out of the labor force. And this is exactly what we see. What we see with mechanization happening in agriculture is that there is a great reduction in the demand for women's work, but these women are not able to find work in the non-farm sector. And the same thing, when we talk about climate change, and it becomes increasingly important if you're going to look forward, look ahead, where agriculture is likely to get very adversely affected as a result of climate change. There are gender differentiated impacts. Women are not able to migrate, move out of villages, find non-farm work, whereas men are able to transition from non-farm work to, from farm work to non-farm work. Again, that increases the gender gap. And so I'm just going to end very quickly, and sorry for going over time. One is, we need a multi-pronged strategy. There's no one silver bullet. We need to address issues both on the supply side as well as the demand side. And I want to end up with this graph over here, which is essentially telling us that the gap, for example, between Bangladesh and India is actually probably increasing over time in terms of women's labor force participation. And most of you would know that Bangladesh's GDP per capita has caught up and by some measures become higher than India's. And so we do need to get these women into the workforce if we want to think from a macro perspective of increasing our GDP per capita, increasing productivity and value added in our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Farzana. Yamini, you're next.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me, and thanks for putting me third in the order so that I have a lot of my work already done for me. Congratulations to IWWAGE, first of all. Really excited to be here on the 5th anniversary, and like Soumya said, look forward to the next 5 years and the next decade of the contribution that you'll make. I think I'll pick up where Farzana left off to talk a little bit more about the demand side. I think increasingly we've all, the discussions around labor force participation have begun to thankfully include this question of demand, and to try and understand where is the demand for women's work. Is there demand for women's work? What does that demand look like? I don't have any of the answers, but I think these are questions that are really important for us to take up in the next 2 to 3 years if we want to really bend that curve that we are seeing in terms of the declines or modest declines and modest participation of women, in the workforce. My headlines will be maybe 3 things, and then I'll get into a little bit of data work. But essentially, there is demand for women's work. Women work. All women are working all the time. But that kind of work, the quality of work and the quality of that demand is very low return and of very low quality. Whether it's in the informal, framed around the informal economy, or it's framed around household reproduction, the fact is that women are working, right? And that demand, there is some kind of demand for that work. Some of it is paid, some of it is unpaid, but a lot of it has economic value, but there's some part of it that's just, not very clear. And I think this is where the Udayti Foundation, but also several of you in this room, are really trying to unpack what does the nature of that demand look like, and I think this is a very critical part of the story that we don't have a lot of. The second is data. And I think as we unpack PLFS and government data, when you look at the private sector, there's very little data. And so, hello, welcome to the world where actually one has to create a lot of this vision that one needs to actually change, right? And so do we know what that demand looks like? Do we know what's the nature and shape of job roles that are getting more and more salience right now? Sorry, this microphone is extremely distracting to my face. Do we know what the gender diversity within companies, the gender distributions? We have them at aggregate. The annual survey of industries, the economic census do carry this. But as we sort of try to understand them by sector, by geography, by identifiable companies, I think we fall short of really knowing what that picture looks like, and where, and the link of what we see in the data in an aggregate to actually what is it that's changing, changing those trends, and therefore what is replicable. I think there's a lot of white space there for us to actually be able to do this work, and there are lots of gaps that need to be filled. I think the third and last point I want to make is that women work and quality jobs matter. I think IWAGE has, a pillar of IWAGE's work is on quality. Certainly a lot of us believe passionately that you need to not just have any economic opportunities available to women, but for them to be of high quality. What does quality mean then begins to, I think we all have different ways of understanding it, but at the very least, I would put a stake in the ground and say formal jobs. Let's give women formal jobs or formal enterprises, let them benefit from every single opportunity that policy has made available, that regulation has made available. But to get to that is not easy, and that's where I think we all need to join hands and really build a really strong, not just evidence-based, but also a movement to really push this forward. And the last, I think, related to that, I think, is this whole question when we talk about formal jobs, the economy, I think we leave out rural women. And I think, and this is where the largest segment is, and this is where I think the greatest focus needs to be when we talk about employment. It's not just about women's groups, but I think the vision for women's groups was as a conduit to livelihoods. Now, what is the quality of that livelihood? What is that economic transition of India where are these women actually, the largest number of women, the largest proportion of women, what is that transition looking like for them? Is not something we actually have taken the time to fully grapple. I think we have a picture that we've started putting together, but I think if we look at the next 30 years, are we able to project that kind of what that transition will look like? What's the quality? What's the sectors that these women will actually get work opportunities in? What's the kind of quality of work that will come? I think this is where the focus on services, the focus on digital, all of those are the right pieces. I think these are sectors and these are factors that can help rural women leapfrog into another, better quality economic inclusion. But I think that work has not yet been done, and it needs to be done. With that, maybe I'll dive into a couple of small initiatives that we are taking up. Sorry, my phone just... One of them, the first one is on the data gap. How do you actually begin to address the data gap on the private sector side in understanding demand? And let's just take a small segment. Let's just take formal sector. Let's just take, companies of the NSE, the National Stock Exchange. Like, let's start to actually build out what do we know and how do we know. In a recent welcome move, the SEBI actually has begun to recommended last year and this year has mandated the reporting of gender data by publicly listed companies. These are India's 1,000 publicly listed companies. Last year it was voluntary and about 134 companies reported them. So this data is by no means representative, but it was really interesting to see what one actually finds. One, based on the companies in that sample, there was one woman for every 8 people on payroll. So 1 out of 8. Again, this is not representative. This is out of the 130 companies that reported in the publicly listed companies. Second, within financial services companies, women represent about 21% of employees and 15% of key management personnel. This was one of the higher sort of segments. Career progression of women in information technology and financial services is comparatively low to other sectors, which is quite surprising. They actually have high participation rates of women, but we've talked about that pyramid where as you move up, women drop out. You see fewer and fewer women. Interestingly, the average ratio of median remuneration of women to men for the companies in that particular sample was 0.97, representing more or less parity. However, the median remuneration ratio of women to men drops to 0.52 when you move up to key management personnel. As you move up the leadership, the pay gap widens. And to 0.64 for directors. Again, non-representative, but super interesting when you start to see. And actually, this is data that companies have themselves reported. So the point here is that there's an understanding gap. We just don't know enough. And I think knowing more will help us do better in actually understanding and unpacking and really driving the demand that we need and making private sector your friends, our friends in changing this story and in changing this narrative, right? The second sort of piece I'd like to talk about is something that we've been sort of seeing more, which is the geographical sort of disparity one sees in terms of where jobs are getting created and where large numbers of working age or aspirational populations exist, and how does one actually start to connect that, understand that mismatch and connect that story. And I think this is where this whole question of migration becomes very, very important, and this is one of the most salient, for many reasons, the most salient phenomena of our time. And I think this, migration connects, labor migration particularly, connects to two different things. One is the geographical sort of where are the jobs and where are the aspiring youth and how do you connect the two. And the second is what's the kind of skills that are getting created, and in the skilling programs, what's happening, skills to placement programs. I think we're now in the 4th iteration of the Kaushal, the Skill India program, the KVY, right? And the data is not great, right? It's telling you that only about 3, Sabina, help me. Yes. So only 3 to 4, yeah. So only about, 1 out of 4 who underwent skill training have gotten jobs in the past 8 years. And out of those, within the first year, most of them drop out, right? So this is not a great ROI for us in terms of policy, in terms of investments. And so how do we shift this picture? And this is given that migration's happening, given that the ready-made garment sector, for example, is preferring women, you now have iPhone factories where I think there's a lot of hope that they will prefer women. How do you turn this into a virtuous cycle? Because you the story of attrition is very, very huge. So I think this whole question of, Farzana talked about the entry barriers. I think we also have to look at those who are in the workforce, why are they not staying, or why are they not staying in particular jobs, right? It's not that they're completely exiting the workforce, they're just not in the particular jobs that seem to be, that they at least began to sort of work in. And I think this is where this whole question of the quality of work comes in, and what Shona mentioned earlier and Soumya talked about, this whole like gender infrastructure that we've all been talking about. We need care, we need transportation, we need mobility support, we need safety. But I think the sort of challenge Udayti would like to respond to is not just to say that providing this is good for women and it will get them to stay in the workforce, but how do you translate this into a business case? How do you just say, look, X% of investment in this is actually better for your business? And it's not that it's not been done. I think it's been done in bits and pieces, but I think we need to really come together to consolidate that story, and I think we are sort of taking that up right now. So would love to join forces with anyone interested. But I think this whole taking an employer perspective is all equally important, because I think especially with MSMEs, which are of, the chief economic advisor spoke about the nature and the breadth of MSMEs, and if we don't actually sort of create that kind of a win-win where MSMEs, where employers who are the largest segment of employers are in the smaller segments, if we don't create that kind of win-win for them and for the women, you're going to continue to have this mismatch between where the need is, where income generation can happen, and where actually jobs can get created, but the incentives are completely misaligned. With that, I'll wind up, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Yamini. Sabina, you're next.
So it's 12:04, so now I can switch to saying good afternoon. Of course, congratulations to IWWAGE. Your baby is now 5 years old. Really exciting. A big, hearty congratulations for all that you've accomplished in the last 5 years. And thank you so much for the invitation to be here today and to be part of this panel of such illustrious and wonderfully accomplished women. I'd like to make 3 points. A lot has been said already. I'd like to focus my talk on 3 points. The first is and I'll preview them and then I'll go into a little bit more detail. The first is that we've heard a lot about what, different assessments of female labor force participation rates are, women's time use, the importance of quality of work, the importance of addressing the demand side and creating more jobs and more demand for women's work. All of these are really important, but when we look into the future, my job is to kind of say, how is the future of work going to pan out for women given the current economic landscape and the landscape of women's work? We are looking at a world of work that is increasingly becoming more insecure. And as this uncertainty and insecurity rises, women stand to bear the brunt of it. So that's point number 1, and I'll go into more detail. Point number 2. We've heard a lot this morning already about technology and the potential of leveraging technology to improve women's empowerment, women's labor force participation, coming up with different solutions to women's economic engagement. And while I think some of those are certainly deserve merit and are right, I think technology is not a panacea, and particularly when we start talking about the evolving platform economy and the kinds of opportunities it creates for women, and questions about how this form of work is being touted as the solution to women's low labor force participation rate, I have serious misgivings about that. And so I will talk a little bit more about that. That's number 2. The fact that technology can be many things, but it can't be the solution and certainly can't be all things for women's work. And third, I think Archana Vyas this morning mentioned that, there are so many solutions, and we've heard several of them being brought up by this panel as well. And yet, despite all of these solutions, Why is progress on women's labor force participation, on women's quality of work still so slow? There has been progress. We have to acknowledge that. We've heard that acknowledged this morning. But why has it been so slow, and why do we have still so far to go? And I argue that one of the reasons is the way that we look at this problem in an aggregated way, and that if we really want to find solutions, we need to take a more disaggregated approach to looking at women's economic engagement. So with that summary that I started with, let me go into detail. The first is our world of work is, of course, undergoing profound transformations, from technology to climate change to the pandemic, the energy transformation. All of this is having a very deep and real impact on the world of work. Since the pandemic, we've seen self-employment rise, we've seen informality rise, and many of these workers are beyond the purview of labor regulations and Social Security. So broadly speaking, there is a rise in uncertainty and insecurity, and women tend to bear the brunt of that. This is because, and we've already heard some of these statistics this morning, that women tend to be situated in low-paid jobs in the informal sector. 91% of women that are employed are in the informal sector. This is including agriculture. If we take agriculture out and just look at industry and services, then 80% of employed women are in informal work. As Farzana already talked about this morning as well, when we think about, for example, climate change and the impact it's going to have on agriculture and how important an employer of women agriculture is, and as Farzana's research showed that as agriculture becomes more mechanized, women are displaced without opportunities in non-agricultural work. So not only do they stand to bear the brunt of, for example, climate change because they're disproportionately represented in agriculture, but also of mechanization. And so, in that sense, because women are already in these vulnerable sectors, they stand to lose out. It's not just in agriculture. We also saw during the pandemic that even when you look at services, women tend to be in low-end services like hospitality and retail and domestic work, all of which were disproportionately affected during the pandemic, and therefore women were disproportionately affected. Third, even when we look at women in regular wage work, they tend to be in temporary and part-time work. Now, of course, a lot of this is for reasons we've already heard, the disproportionate burden of domestic work, of care work, of cooking, of cleaning, and all the other responsibilities that we women are very used to shouldering. All of this means that we are also in temporary and part-time work. And so even when we look at women that are in regular wage work, 56% of them in regular wage work do not have any Social Security or are ineligible for Social Security, right? So this is the environment. Uncertainty, insecurity rising, women already in vulnerable forms of work, beyond the purview of labor protections and Social Security already, all of which stands to be exacerbated by the way that the labor markets are changing. That was point number one. Now, point number two. So, we often hear, and I hear this all the time, but this new world of work and technology will create opportunities and new ways of working that will be wonderful for women, right? The flexibility that gig work offers will enable more women to enter into the labor market. And as women become more and more educated, we will see more and more women in high-end jobs like IT or finance. Now, most women, as I said already, are situated in low-end service sector jobs, but certainly, let's buy that argument that as women become more educated, we'll start seeing them, more of them, in high-end IT or finance jobs. And this might be true, but let's look at the scenario today. Even highly progressive companies like the Wipros of the world, or Wipros of India, and Infosys and Google's, all in India, only employ about 35 to 40% women. And let's not count our victories too much, because as we already heard this morning, the CEA talked about this, that the higher you go in these organizations, the fewer and fewer women you find. So even though they're getting in, they're not able to progress, and they tend to be in the entry-level jobs, right? So what does this mean? I mean, certainly there are barriers, even with highly educated women, there are barriers to entry and barriers to progression, certainly barriers to progression. And then there's this question of, oh, well, gig work will offer a great deal of flexibility for women, so we might see more women coming into the labor market. Let's take a look at that. Evidence suggests, and there's a lot of studies out there, including many that have been conducted by the Just Jobs Network, my organization, evidence suggests that online labor markets and the so-called flexible jobs that are online are replicating many of the biases, the same biases that we've seen offline, right? So if the starting question is, why haven't we seen enough progress or progress fast enough, then, you know, we're now looking at the prospect of, yes, sure, maybe great gig work will bring more women into the labor market, but what is the quality of those jobs? And will those jobs replicate many of the same biases that we see in the offline world already? So women in gig work tend to participate in feminized tasks on platforms. So we already heard about the kinds of jobs, the feminized professions. I think Soumya talked about this. The feminized professions that women engage with in the offline world of work, we're seeing similar kinds of feminized choices that women are making online. If we're talking about location-based work, they tend to choose, we'll come back to the word of choice, so in quotation marks, they tend to be found in low-end personal services kind of work. And if we're talking about online work, then they are in microtasking or the low-end freelancing like voice-based work or translation, and much less found in things like coding, for example. So even in those professions, they're in the lower end of the value-add spectrum. Point number 2B is the assumption that women will that gig work will entice more women to enter the labor force is premised on the fact that women prize flexibility. But why do women prize flexibility? Women prize flexibility because they already face the disproportionate burden of domestic work and care work, right? And in addition to that, if you look at things like safety, exploitation, poor conditions of work on the one hand, and patriarchal norms on the other, that would much rather see women in private spaces as opposed to out in the world of work in public spaces, then I ask you, how true of a choice is this really? Right? I really appreciated that the CEA this morning said we don't want choices that are made for women, but choices made by women, right? But what are the forces that are acting on the choices that women do make, and are these real choices? So finally, the ultimate result of this landscape of gig work is that when women work from home, it has a bearing on their access to social and professional networks and therefore their occupational trajectories. Even when women have the flexibility to work from home, research suggests that because of the other demands on their time, the intensity of their work is much lower. The lack of data on women's work and their contributions, which we've already heard of, becomes even more pronounced when you're talking about gig work and women working from home, particularly in online-based gig work. And third, as you bring more women into this kind of work, we know that gig work is basically self-employed work, again, beyond the purview of labor protections and Social Security. So you're touting as a panacea to women's labor force participation problems, gig work that then compounds their insecurity in many ways. And this brings me to my last point. So again, we've been hearing of progress, but these challenges continue to persist, right? And the point is that the population, my third point is that the population of women is extremely heterogeneous, right? And it's easy to find examples of of women entrepreneurs that have actually, during the pandemic, started their businesses and managed to do really well and, you know, have grown in their businesses. But does that story really represent a majority of the women in, for example, Begusarai, right, where they have low levels of education, where they're barely allowed to leave their house? They are not short of the drive and desire to work, but they are subject to all kinds of constraints that don't, including a lack of opportunity. What is the solution for them? I don't know, and I've been doing this for the last 20 years, right? So the point is that this kind of heterogeneity means that we need to look at what level of aggregation works for solutions for women, right? National level conversations about labor force participation rates. Doesn't matter if it's you know, 1 out of every 2 women is in the labor force. Fine. What are they doing and what are the solutions? And the solutions will not be found at the levels of aggregation at which we are trying. And you can look at the, you know, 40 lakh women that have benefited from PMKVY was the statistic we heard this morning. 40 lakhs, that's really nothing. And how did they benefit? As Yamini said, how many of them were retained in their jobs? And what level of jobs were they in, right? So I think my third point, and what I leave you with, and this is a longer conversation, is that when we talk about solutions, of which there are many, one, we need to look beyond what we've done in the past and just status quo. We still have a lot of work to do in terms of maternity leave, in terms of safety, in terms of access to affordable childcare, distribution of domestic work and responsibilities, absolutely. But beyond that, all policies have an impact on women and women's work and women's empowerment. We need to take a broader lens. And two, we need to look at how these different policies actually play out on the ground and which level of aggregation. Is it the district level? Is it the village level? What level of aggregation is effective in policies that balances both the need for scale but also the delivery of demonstrable results for women's work and their empowerment? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sabina. So as we heard, in fact, it's refreshing that beyond the mechanics of low labor force participation, that is typically how this problem is dealt with. Whenever you hear about it, whether it's at a multilateral level, even at a national policy level, or even at state level, we deal with this more as a mechanical issue, saying women's labor force participation is very low, it needs to be raised. But this conversation gave you an idea as to how complicated and how rich insights can give you some levers to then play with as far as policy is concerned. So eventually the question is, of course, we need a lot of work, more work. I don't think it'll ever, in social sciences, in public policy, there's never a situation when we say, now we know enough to then subscribe or push a policy. So while this continues, in terms of policy prescriptions, I think I will start with Yamini. I'll start from my right, Yamini. One set of questions, let's just go in this direction. If you were to push for, let's say, one, and that's, I know it's a very unfair, but I'm just trying to push the scholars and the thinkers in the room to think of where is it, what is it that we should be pushing for? So what is that one policy you would like to push, which you think might work?
I would say we've got an interesting incentive called the Productivity Linked Incentive, PLI, which was implemented post-COVID to boost MSMEs. And for a while now, I've been thinking, like, what if we had a female employment linked incentive that you could actually then enable and create, like, have a market shaping, market making mechanism like that to actually then create the demand for women. And these are, then you have all of the supply side actually linking to that. So I would say maybe something like that.
So it goes a little bit counter
an employer.
An employer linked. No, that's an
employer.
excellent suggestion, because remember when we went about it mechanically, by increasing maternity leave from 3 to 6 months, it wasn't, I mean, it feels nice, But beyond that, we know the distortionary impact it had. Many employers did move away because, again, you're talking about an economy where in the MSME sector growth is a tension. Firms are seeing we have a missing middle in the MSME sector. They just don't tend to grow. So when the firms are saddled, if I may use that word, with this higher expectation of the society, it just doesn't work. They either discriminated or they moved away from the women. So PLI, which is linked to women's work. Like if you hire more women, there is some incentive for you there. Great. Fazana?
I think I would echo what Yamini had said, which is we need to create demand for women's work, and this actually links to overall creation of jobs in the economy. If we can have a big push in the manufacturing sector, and we're already seeing the government doing a lot on that front, but a lot more can be done. We need to continue working on that. Where most women in India are at the lower levels of education, we cannot see them transitioning to formal jobs with good benefits, and or finally making that transition to good jobs requires us to start at the manufacturing, which is a big gap in our country. And if we can see a big push, and that requires a macro perspective, a policy perspective where the government incentivizes industries to come to set up factories. And I think coupled with what Yamini talked about, which is creating an enabling environment for women to move to those kinds of work, which requires a lot of infrastructure investment around these industries as well. I think that is a missing gap in India, and we've seen that in Bangladesh, just in terms of the garment sector taking off and increasing women's labor force participation. So I think that once demand comes in, the value of women's time increases, the supply side constraints will weaken as a result of that. So I think that's the direction in which we should work, going from demand to weakening the supply side constraints.
Great. So that would actually go counter to the persistence. I think in your presentation, what was most worrying is how persistent the gaps have been. And you know that whenever you struck in this kind of a bad, stable equilibrium, the only way out is through a shock, which means there has to be a significant policy push to then create this kind of an enabling demand boost. Soumya?
It's hard, but I would say perhaps I was quite struck by what Sabina was saying in terms of skills and how the future of work is evolving. And I mean, the bank recently is doing this huge, incentives and a loan for green hydrogen. And when you read, it's just like the entire gamut of industries associated with green hydrogen will transform. And are we even thinking about women in the way work will transition from the way the manufacturing services involved, the way fertilizer involves, the way renewable energy involves? I mean, and then the skills that you have. And if we are not doing so well in skills right now, how would we think about, investing in skills for, this kind of a future? So I think skills would be the one policy that I would focus on. And also getting them placements and, the transition from actually working, getting a skill and then not doing anything about it, or getting very feminine skills, like, everybody ends up with tailoring and beauty parlors, whereas the industry around you is perhaps really exploding and evolving, but then are we really training women and also incentivizing employers to hire them?
Sabina?
Thank you. So I think that to me, what keeps me up at night is the kind of way labor markets are changing, and increasingly the growth in self-employment, and the fact that even other sectors like manufacturing, for example, are either becoming increasingly automated or are being subject to more and more gigification, right? Where even many of the jobs that were traditionally formal sector jobs are now being outsourced to gig workers and workers on contracts, short-term kind of part-time contracts. And so I worry that even if we are looking at a world that will create more jobs, will those jobs again lead to, same kinds of biases? So I think for me, the solutions, in addition to everything that's already been said, is one, for us to think really deeply in this new world of work, what is the level of aggregation that we need to look at in order to find solutions for women where they're at, right? The woman in Begusarai versus the woman in Bangalore who has coding skills that can apply for a job to Wipro. So this kind of differentiation and the importance of disaggregated solutions, that's one. And if I could just cheat and say that we need to look beyond specific women-centered policies, those are important, but to kind of look at the impact of all policies on women. Our budgetary allocations, how do they impact gender, right? We don't look at it that way. We only look at our economic structure and then later superimpose and say, well, how do we give women a little bit of this and a little bit of that to bring them in? I think we need to start thinking about, if we are creating jobs, what kind of jobs will bring women in and effectively promote those, to Yamini's point, creating incentives for women's employment, but kind of looking at the overall impact of all policies on women's employment before instituting them.
Thank you. In fact, on the disaggregation point, when you look at state level data, and of course now we're in the realm of precision policy making, you've heard that phrase repeatedly, at least as far as health education is concerned, you're talking not just of aspirational districts anymore, you're talking about aspirational blocks. So the degree of precision in certain areas of policy making has sharpened. But the gender, I think the gender lens still is a weak one, if I may say that. The data is absolutely corroborates what you're saying, Sabina, in the sense that states which are growing fast are creating more jobs. They're creating more jobs for the youth, for people above 30, for men and women. So there is something to be said for growth policies in general, job creating policies in general. Even if it isn't catering specifically to women, it does benefit women. So there is that element to it. On the, there is an interesting study coming out on asset ownership. This is from the NFHS. This is going back to the point that both Soumya and Farzana also made, that beyond the care, in fact, women are spending disproportionate amount of time just worrying about household chores and doing the household chores. In fact, in the 1940s, the one major revolution women's labor force participation underwent in the United States was on account of piped water becoming available universally. Of course, access to the contraceptive pill, that was a big deal, and refrigeration facilities, which really did liberate women from a lot of the cooking and related chores. Now, we are at that time in India's growth when these amenities are being made available. But if you look at the NFHS data over the last several rounds, you see that ownership of television has skyrocketed, even at the bottom quintile, not refrigerators. And of course, you see that there is a gender pattern to it. Refrigerator is something that provides women with that degree of flexibility, but entertainment, of course, takes precedence and so on. So almost everything that we're talking about here is very deeply born in the data. A lot of these trends are worrying. They seem, they are long-term persistent. But I think we have to treat the next 10 years as a window of opportunity. There is a lot of willingness to experiment with policy, and I think moving beyond the national level, a lot of experimentation is also happening at the state level. So in total, when we think of so many women going out and getting educated, and they're doing phenomenally well at the high school and the college level, but at the job front, they pull back, and it's never a happy choice. But there is all that human capital which is trapped. And the point is, how do we untrap it? How do we liberate it? So we have maybe 5 minutes for questions from the floor, if you can pass the mics around, and if there are any hands. One round, please, and we'll aggregate it and we'll come to you. Yes.
Will actually become gigified, for the lack of a better word. And I wonder if there has been any study that what does it do to social networks of women and gig workers as well. Because, for example, during the pandemic, a lot of MSMEs actually did not lay off their staff. they actually extended a lot of credit because these are long-term relationships. So even, for example, in beauty parlors, etc., even though there is no formal, it's not formal work, we actually see that, these are long-term relationships. Women actually sometimes do have a lot of support from the owners, etc., through various different informal ways. And I wonder whether there has been any study on how that also gets destabilized due to gig work, because you don't have a permanent relationship with anybody. I think what we need to study is whether it's a net positive, because you also end up meeting a lot more people, and you probably do all these trainings together, etc. So we actually probably don't know whether it's a net positive. And I think the second question that I had is, do you think the social security code that we have now is enough? Because I think that it's been 2-3 years since it was passed by the parliament, and since then also there has been a rapid change towards gigification. So I would love to know whether you think more needs to be done on that.
Okay, next. Okay, you guys are going to miss out because I don't see anyone with the mic moving towards you. Yeah, the mics are here.
Yeah, hello, thank you to the panel. So, building on something that Sabina said, and we've all talked about the need for creating an enabling environment, enabling services, care infrastructure. At the current moment, where do you see the role of public spending on care infrastructure vis-a-vis incentivizing the private sector to create it, or regulating the private sector to create it, given current trends in public spending? So it will be great to know how you see that playing out, and where should our advocacy be positioned on that?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for this fantastic presentation. I think I am from the implementation side, and to hear such details about what's happening is fantastic. What I wanted to know, there has been a lot of analysis done in terms of what is the problem, and we are looking at solutions. So is there any data which talks about, Yamini talked about geographical differences in terms of states which are doing well, how they are doing well, which sectors are actually pushing? She was talking about care economy. Are there specific interventions which are focusing on women being able to manage that, so that we can come up with all the intellectual abilities that are here on the panel? Can it focus on some specific solutions that we can offer to our women? We work with women across Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, so would be very interested to see if there has been any focus on that, or in the next 5 years there needs to be a focus on that.
Great. One more, and then we'll come to the panelists for a response. Yes.
Thank you. That was a great session, great panel. I would really love to hear from everyone of you. One thing, actually, we work mostly, I'm from CDFI, and we are currently working with NRLM on pushing low-cost system, which basically digitizes the day-to-day work of SG women and village organizations and CLFs. There we went to one such sort of training sessions when we were given Gujarat. We went to there. We went and met a Krishi Sakhi. Those are people who basically are sort of experts in terms of farming and all of that. So she was telling me that how the number of women in her district who are as farmers, who see themselves as farmers, rural women, can be counted on their fingers. That's how less they are. But we went and we did talk to a couple of women there, and they said that we just see it as an extensive responsibility of our household, or we are just helping our sort of partners or husbands or whatever, but they do not see themselves as farmers. So what can be, in your opinion, I would just like to know, how can some policy changes can be made, or any kind of sort of recommendations can be made to get these women mobilized and into the workforce as farmers themselves, rather than, just like a helper to their husbands, which is what currently is sort of, they're not able to own any land, they are just seeing as, oh no, we're not actually farming, we're just helping our husbands. So how can these women be brought into
Great. So we are a very democratic panel. I will leave, since none of you specified exactly who you were addressing, the question on gig, the question on public infrastructure for care. What works? I mean, that's something I've been trying to think through a lot of what I'm hearing, that what eventually works? How do you get the penny to drop based on existing evidence? And the last is, of course, how do you get women to perceive themselves as being farmers, in this case particularly, but as employees or workers? You guys?
I can answer the network
question. Yeah.
I don't know if this is on. Can you hear me? Okay, so I think just to start off with, I think you touched on an extremely important point when we talk about career progression of women and also entry into the workforce itself. Their networks are very important, and there's a ton of literature in labor economics talking about how networks influence your job search and eventually getting a job, and also progression within the organization. And so at least the minimal amount of work that I have done, and given the data that we have, the fact that women are very restricted to their homes in India, and that's true even more so in urban India than in rural India, because precisely of these safety concerns and so on and so forth. Women are very homebound, and their networks are limited to their neighbors and relatives who may not be co-residing with them. And given that structure, their access to information about job openings is very restricted. And secondly, when they get into the organization itself, the progression is limited because, for instance, one of my PhD students was looking at the garment sector. And what she finds is that interactions between women workers and the male supervisors, and often the supervisors are male, is extremely limited. And it is the male supervisors who are recommending them for promotions, for grade upgradation, and so on and so forth, which again means that their progression within the organization, and this is also true in the white collar sector, by the way, and work that has been done in developed countries, their networks, women's networks, are extremely restrictive. So to answer your question about whether gig work will open up the world for them, I'm not sure that there is a yes or no answer to that. So for instance, if you think of gig work as isolating work, right, it really depends upon the nature of gig work. If it is just delivery, then who am I meeting? I'm not meeting anybody, right? I'm just going and, delivering something. So what you really need is a workplace where you go to, where you interact with people, but at the same time, where you are able to, do away with norms about interactions with male co-workers who are often in a position to help you move up the hierarchy and up the chain within organizations. So I don't think gig work is a panacea, and I definitely agree that more needs to be done in order to understand what that does to women's networks.
I'll give you an example exactly to explain this point from the microfinance space. We found, this is almost 15 years back, we found that when the women were borrowers themselves, and these are tied product, meaning there is an insurance tied to the loan. When the women were borrowers, they are filing claims every time they fall sick. But when the husband is a borrower, there are almost zero claims for their spouses, whereas the whole family is covered. So while people are actually paying a premium and buying an insurance product, it's not a government funded product. Here people are paying for it. But they're only filing claims when the women are actually part of some network where someone is saying, hey, you're not well, you're covered, just go and file a claim, paisa mil jayega. The husbands are also part of that network, by the way. But they're not filing claims. And there's no reason to believe that spouses are particularly healthy compared to borrowers. So we know that, economic empowerment, financial empowerment through these kind of networks has very deep sort of impact on the household.
Can I?
Next, yeah. The same one, the gig?
The gig, but on the second part of that question, on the social security.
Social security, okay.
So, also just on the networks question, the other big part of gig work is that it actually breaks down any opportunities for worker collectivization, really. I mean, factory floors are much easier to unionize than gig work, right? But on the question about social security, thank you for asking that. I think it's really important because there is conversation now that we should have a separate welfare board for gig workers. And I find that problematic in two ways. well, three ways actually. One is that our experience with different kinds of welfare boards has been very lackluster to begin with. Two is because identifying this very sort of, how do you identify who is a gig worker when a lot of gig workers are also doing it as supplementary jobs or working on different platforms? Who should pay into the board? Now the code says 1% of revenue of all platforms, and we're already seeing platforms starting to change their legal status so they don't have to pay into it, right? And third, and this is the most relevant point when it comes to women's work, is that women that work from home on microtasking or freelancing platforms, right, their employers or their platforms are based in other countries. How are you going to get those platforms to actually pay into a fund that will then, and then you identify these women and then you provide them based on certain eligibility criteria, which is really hard to discern and enforce. So women, again, in this conversation about creating a social security board for gig workers, women, first it's just hard to implement for anyone, and so I'm not in favor of it. But second, it will leave out women for sure, the women that work from home for sure, which is a huge problem.
Yes, absolutely, the solutions.
Well, on the solution, sometimes I think we, and goes back to Yamini's point, and actually really looking at disaggregated data. So if you just look at some of even the NFHS trends, some of the states are actually deeply problematic as far as gender is concerned. And maybe, this whole issue of setting up state nitis or even going down to the blocks and really NFHS 5 trackers allow you to do that, is to really then maybe make a targeted effort. Like West Bengal, child marriage rates are stubborn at 40-41%, despite all the Kanyashri Yojanas. And God knows what's happening in UP, but it's come down from 35 to 21 to 15%. So clearly UP is doing something right in terms of containing child marriage. I don't know if the data is flawed, but it's the same sampling strategy. So maybe actually looking at some of the process evaluations to see what's going right for some of these stubborn indicators, maybe one, to look at the disaggregated data. I think solutions on care, I would say that rural areas, I think somebody said rural areas care we need to focus on. I would argue it's the other way around. Because in rural areas, at least traditionally, there have been Anganwadis. In urban areas, there's hardly any Anganwadi that's available, or even if the quality issues are so severe that you would not like to send it. And there is a real opportunity in the new education policies and perhaps to actually merge some of the early childhood stimulation along with, and maybe setting up these balwadis inside the schools as well. But then one should also look at some international examples of how this has been done. Maybe cash transfers can also be explored, because ultimately it comes down to a choice issue. I may not want to send in an urban area a child to an Anganwadi where I know that, except for the food, which maybe in an urban area I'll be able to afford, the child is not getting anything. So maybe a cash transfer to actually support the mother, and that has been tried in some countries, to say, and then training, and this is something that, Niti's also been exploring and thinking, maybe you just give them a cash transfer and train mothers to be actually, give them some early childhood stimulation, and that may be a solution that might be worth it.
Well, I don't exactly know what Niti is doing, but I can tell you, exactly 3 weeks back, the government of Madhya Pradesh launched exactly this scheme. It's called Ladli Behna scheme, where all women above the age of 23, because you can't say married, unmarried with children, those are, the more you complicate the rules and more conditionalities, higher the chances of leakage. So it's a simple policy which says all women above the age of 23 will receive 1,000 rupees per month. You use it to the best of your interest, right? So it is exactly going in that direction. We've run out of time, but Yamini, I know you have something important to say. Yeah.
I don't know if it's important, but just to say, I think on care, somebody asked a question on, do we target public or private? Public is a non-negotiable. That's a public, we have to maintain that advocacy, right? And who are those women who gain from that? It's not women like you and me. And I think while we would like all of us to have a common center, I think we know that there are other kinds of cleavages, social cleavages that will prevent it. I think I would say it's not an either or, it's a both. But to our point, I mean, to the point of this panel also, that it's not that childcare is only a poor woman's issue, or that something that is an elite woman's issue is easily solvable, or a middle class woman's issue is easily solvable without a policy framework and without a private sector incentive and like a realignment of the incentives. Like to me, it's not, when I say incentive, it's not about a particular sum of money, right? It's like you basically have to realign the entire system in a way that is actually creating this virtuous framings around both infrastructure, enablement, the cost of hiring and having a woman on your workforce, and therefore then seeing that that is valuable to both your productivity, your bottom line, your whatever. So I think overall, while women's empowerment is the larger goal, we also know that there are these micro systems that one has to actually fix and realign. So I would say it's always both. It is both in for me. And just the last thing on gig is not so huge in India yet, right? So I think the debates and the discussions around social security, around quality of work, around informality have to remain very focused, even as we try to capture the tailwinds where policy interest lies and anchor our issues to them. I think the larger questions remain, are yet unsolved for us, and I think the policy solutions and our focus has to remain quite heavily on that.
Thank you. Now, as a residual claimant of all unanswered question, what you mentioned as an anecdote in terms of you saw women, and that I think somebody, and perhaps IWAGE, maybe it's worth taking a PM Kisan data. You want to start looking at that in detail about how many of them have been issued and who's actually taking out and using, and how many of them are women, and if there is something systematic, one can look at that. That's one. But I think on the broader question of what works, as researchers, as academics, as people interested in creating new knowledge and evidence and understanding, this is it's stimulating. For a policymaker, now that I sit at this cusp, for a policymaker, a lot of this conversation can also be a bit frustrating, because they're saying, ye sab theek hai, karna kya hai? What do you want us to do? And when it comes to that, then the instruments that we are actually pushing aren't that many. So I think IWAGE, congratulations, you've done phenomenally well in the last 5 years. May I request you that the next 1 year, put your best minds together and come out with a compendium of what works. And it doesn't have to be at any grand level. It could be at a level of a taluk, it could be in a district, it could be any kind of experimentation which has happened in contexts like ours in India. And you're making a case, therefore, for something very specific that can then be taken ahead with. Right? So congratulations, thank you all for your time. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you.
That was indeed a very insightful session, and with very interesting perspectives from each one of you. I would like to thank each one of you for agreeing to be a part of it. We would now like to present our panel speaker and chair with memento as a token of appreciation and gratitude. For that, I would like to invite Momita on stage to kindly present the memento to Dr. Ravi. Thank you. May I please invite Preeti Baba to kindly come on stage and present Soumya with the memento. May I please invite Diksha on stage to kindly come and present the memento. Okay. Diksha, would you please present the memento to Ms. Devan? Neeraj, if you could please come on stage and present the memento to Professor Afridi. I would now like to move on to our next session, which is a poster presentation. For that, may I please request Ms. Usha Rani, lead Day NRLM, to come on stage, please. I would also like to request Preeti Rao to kindly come and facilitate ma'am with the memento. I would also like to call Rashmi Mohanty, Lead Swayam and Advisor Public Policy and Advocacy IWAGE to kindly come. Ms. Usha Rani has over 33 years of experience in conceptualizing, designing, and implementation of large-scale community-based development programs, focusing on institution and human capacity building, microfinance, livelihoods, gender, education, health and nutrition, and water and sanitation. She has worked with various international organizations like Care India, UNDP, Society for Elimination of Rural Poverty for more than 25 years. And she has been working with the Ministry of Rural Development for the last 7 years as a lead. Her work is instrumental in policy advocacy, capacity building, and networking initiatives of self-help movements in India. She has demonstrated excellent capability in building the program from piloting to scaling and development of organizational systems. We are thrilled to have you, and I would like to hand over the mic to ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to congratulate IWWAGE for completion of 5 years. So I'm really very, very happy to be here today. And also I would like to thank Gates Foundation, especially Yamini, for actually taking a small briefing on what DNRLM is doing on the gender-related activities. Today, if I see after, I think that discussion was happened in 2017 and 18. Now the kind of work, what kind of shape it has taken, I'm really very happy. So thank you, Yamini, and also Gates Foundation. And also I would like to thank all our partner organizations on behalf of DNRLM, Pradhan, PCI, Chaitanya Wise, Anandi, and TRIF for providing us support. So with all these people's support only, even in DNRLM also, whatever we have so far reached, so it was possible because of that only. So I was asked actually to share our SWAYAM related experiences. As all of you know, the major objective of this SWAYAM program, it is basically strengthening the women's institutions for agency and also economic empowerment. And the basic idea here is trying to create evidence, working with the community practitioners and trying to create the evidence so that it will come back and influence the socio-economic policies, and also it can develop some kind of a design solutions. With that an objective, this program was actually, SWAYAM was implemented in 2 phases. Phase 1 started in 2018 and it was ended in December 2021. And the second phase started in December 2021 and it's continuing currently. And it has 3 basic pillars. The first pillar is technical support, basically technical assistance to strengthen the institutional capacities. And the second pillar is facilitating peer learning. And the third pillar is creating evidence, basically through monitoring, evaluation, and learning. If we see the first pillar, that is the technical assistance to strengthen the institutional capacities, under this, IWWAGE and DNRLM developed more than 17 different training modules, and we have issued various advisories to the states, and one of the very important advisory is on developing a state-specific operational strategies for implementation of gender strategies. That is we have done in 2021, and also various capacity building initiatives we have taken up. And also there was a lot of liaising between the government and also the partner organization networks. And in the phase 2, it started in the phase 1 itself as a pilot, but in phase 2 actually we are focusing on developing the gender resource centers. If we see currently the outreach of the program, we have reached more than 515 districts covering around 3,000 blocks. So that means more or less like we have covered 69 to 70% of the blocks, and we are almost like touched upon more than 1 lakh village organizations, more than 12 under this technical assistance to the community institutions. And in the recent past, more than 1008 gender resource centers were actually like established, but it is a small beginning and there is a lot to do on strengthening of the gender resource centers. So that is about the technical assistance to strengthen the institutional capacities. And when it comes to the facilitating peer learning, in fact, very interesting initiatives were taken up under this. And one of the very good initiative and where the very good response has come from the field, especially from our SHG members, that is the gender samvad. So far, with the support of IWWAGE, we have completed 3 gender samvads, and in each gender samvad, more than 3,000 women across the country participated in those gender samvads, and various topics we have taken in that. And in these gender samvads, another interesting part is the policy makers also have participated along with various government officials, especially the Honorable Minister Rural Development, Honorable Minister of State, Sadhvi Niranjan Joshi, and also the Member of Parliament, Aparajita ma'am. So all these people also participated and provided their inputs here. And the second interesting one is we were able to actually create an advisory group at the national level. In fact, we brought very senior persons and also other resource persons who have been working in the gender sector, so that we can provide the necessary support to all the states. And the third and very important one, last year it started actually, and NRLM is committed to take it forward every year. That is the gender campaign. So that is Nayi Chetana Pehal Badlav Ki. So under this actually we have taken up the gender-based violence related activities. So the caption given was Sahenge Nahi Kahenge. So and the response is really very good, though it is the first year of implementation. So across the country, 32 states have participated in this more than 2 months of the gender campaign. More than 3 crore women participated across the country, and it went up to the village level, and very interestingly, men and youth also participated in this particular program, and around 14 line ministries have participated. So this is one of the very good thing, and women, they themselves were in all the meetings. Very recently we conducted a social mobilization campaign to the minister. In fact, some of the women who were actually sharing their experiences, they mentioned about about the gender campaign also. And in the third pillar, that is creating the evidence. So IWWAGE, with the support of IWWAGE has been working with the ICRW and ID Insight and Anthropy, and various studies, especially to understand the impact and also efficiency of the day NRLM structures for creating the impact. So this is about the work what we are trying to actually do across the country, and I am very happy to say a few more things from the day NRLM perspective. As all of you know, the day NRLM works only with the women. Per se, whatever budget that we are having, that may be only for the women's empowerment only, but for specific gender interventions for the last 2 years, we have actually introduced the gender budgeting concept. So we can see very clearly at each state, district and block level, at the national level, how much amount we are spending on the specific gender interventions. That is one. And the second one is within NRLM, we are trying to integrate gender across all the components. So many of the things we were talking about here, one of our colleague from the CDFI was also raising, like women themselves are not actually like thinking of Mahila Kisans. So this is basically related to their attitudes and also like the cultural related issues. To address that, we are trying to work with our other components like financial inclusion, livelihoods, and also the social developmental related aspects. And as in the day NRLM, we are having majority of our staff members are women. So within the institution also, like we are trying to introduce the like internal compliance committee and also the grievance redressal mechanism. So with that, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Both the posters will be displayed near the dais, and in case you have any questions or queries, we do have volunteers to answer them for you. We will now break for lunch and requesting everyone to reconvene at 2 p.m. for the next sessions lined up for you. Thank you. I would like to thank each one of you for joining us back this afternoon for the session titled Creating Employment for Women, New Opportunities and Emerging Sectors, Partnering with Government. It's my pleasure to introduce the esteemed panel for the session. I want to take this opportunity to introduce and welcome our first speaker of the afternoon session, Madam Neeta Kejriwal. She presently holds the position of Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Her fulfilling 25 years of experience has the richness in working with different social sector departments. She has played a major role in managing national level programs like the National Tuberculosis Control Program and the National Leprosy Elimination Program, and dealt with the administration of the Drugs and Cosmetics Act and the Prevention of Food Adulteration Act. During her 12 years in the Ministry of Rural Development, she has been associated with the flagship program of Day NRLM. Her long engagement with the scheme brings unparalleled experience and insight into how women's institutions are nurtured to respond better to complex issues in the field. She values the combination of research and implementation within the program, leading to a demand-driven policy-making approach. We are very glad that you could join us, ma'am. Our next panel speaker is Dr. Sakshi Khurana. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Since 2016, she is at the Skill Development, Labor and Employment vertical of Niti Aayog, where she has been instrumental in responsible for undertaking and coordinating research studies, policy briefs, evaluation studies, with recommendations for policies on employment, skill development, labor and social security, social inclusion, and enhancing women's labor force participation and opportunities for women in the care sector. She has previously worked at the Center for Gender and Labor at V.V. Giri National Labour Institute and has been a doctoral fellow at the Institute of Economic Growth, Delhi University. She has research papers and other publications in international and national journals and books on themes of women employment, care work, and care policies, as well as on skill development and youth employment. The discussion will be chaired by Ms. Madhu Krishna, Deputy Director, India Office, the Gates Foundation. Thank you for your support, ma'am. She leads the Foundation's investment in India to advance gender equality. Her areas of focus include technical solutions, public policy and strategic communications, as well as community engagement and large-scale implementation of proven interventions. She is committing to reducing inequality and restoring human dignity for underserved and disadvantaged populations, and passionate about gender equality in the work that she supports. She worked in private sector consulting for medium and large firms with a focus on market research, techno-economic feasibility, and environmental impact before moving into the development field at Path India. I would now like to request all our panel members and chair to kindly join us on stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you are well fed and rested, hopefully a little bit. I hope we can keep you engaged in a very important topic today about creating employment for women. And from a real perspective of two experts in the field, I'm very privileged to be on stage with Ma'am Neeta Ma'am, who I guess everyone in the room knows very well, and a little bit sad that she's moving out of the Day NRLM program, which she has spearheaded for the last 12 years. I think all of us have seen her as the biggest champion for the program, and we hope that with her staying at least in RD, she'll be able to take this cause further in everything she does. So thank you, ma'am, for being here, and thank you for all the great contributions you've made. So I would love for all of us to give a big rousing clap for ma'am. Thank you. Thank you also, Sakshi, for being here. You've been such a champion for us again, working at NITI on this really important issue on women's empowerment, but really looking at it from how you create a strong entrepreneurship platform and other opportunities to upskill women so that they can actually realize their full potential. So I look forward to an interesting discussion with both of you. So take it off. Ma'am, you know that you, of course, know more about this program than anyone else. It's, I think, in this year of G20, one of the programs that I wish there was far more spotlight than there is, because it is the largest women's empowerment program in the whole world. It's a standard in and of itself. I know from my foundation colleagues and many of my partners that we can't stop talking about the potential and all the work that's happening across a range of interventions, not just for the economic part of it, but really the social empowerment, the change, the identity that women feel when they become part of this collective. So really what I'd like to ask, ma'am, is just your reflections on how Day NRLM for you is really bringing gender issues to the forefront. And this, what is the partnership that you see, all of us in the room, IWAGE, the foundation, and many of our partners, what can we bring further to take this agenda forward under the Day NRLM, and what have been some of the key demonstrative models that you'd like to see scaled up?
Thank you, Madhu, and good afternoon to everyone. So you rightly said, Madhu, the NRLM is probably the biggest program dealing with women's empowerment across various areas. So as you know, we are already covering almost or more than almost 9 crore women and more than I think 84-85 lakh self-help groups. So that itself, is a huge number. And the primary focus, initially of the program was on institution building, on capacity building, on financial inclusion, on creating livelihoods for the rural women and their households. We started working a little later on social development related issues, including on gender. So it came as a layering kind of activity. But this is quite a complex area of work because the context varies from place to place. So there is a need to understand the context and come up with solutions for the different problems that we face in different areas related to gender. So in this, it is very important that we have a lot of partnerships. In this context, the partnership through Swayam, in which IWAGE was a partner which came through the Gates Foundation, that has been very, very helpful. Because what happened was that in various states like in Chhattisgarh, in Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Orissa, etc., through various CSO partners like PCI, Anandi, TRIF, Pradhan, Chaitanya, and even Kudumshri, Orissa also, I think. So in all these states, we were able to pilot certain models. So these were like, basically trying to come up with some centers managed by the community that would be able to solve the gender-related issues of women. And so we had models like the Lok Adhikar Kendra or the Sangani Paramarsh Kendra, gender resource centers, etc. So all these different kind of models were what we were able to pilot with support of through IWAGE, and it also included support in building capacity. So what has been unique about this partnership is that not only did we pilot these models, but there was some kind of a concurrent evaluation and impact evaluation also happening for all these models, by which we could get some experiential learnings which could then feed into policy designs, etc. The support from IWAGE also helped us in supporting the states in developing their gender operational strategy, in also doing a lot of trainings, etc., in a very short time, very effectively also. So not only were we able to pilot some models, but also provide all other necessary support to the states in terms of the training modules that are required, the integration that is required in different verticals of NRLM. So that all that support has really come very effectively through IWAGE, through all the CSO partners also. So I think this has been really a very wonderful support that we have received, which has really helped us in taking our gender strategy forward.
Thank you, ma'am. I also wanted to ask what you think some of the key learnings that we are getting from the scale up of the gender resource centers and the work that we are doing with you. And how does it look like for the future? What are some of the key gender interventions you think that need to be scaled across the program?
So right now, what we have been able to do is to develop a framework for gender, and this an institutional mechanism also, which is kind of inbuilt in the CBO structure that has been created under NRLM. So we have at all the states are coming up with these gender operational strategies, in which we have the gender point persons, then we have the social action committees at the village organization and CLF level, then we have the gender resource centers, and these centers are also looking at various kinds of issues. They're relating to the entitlement related issues of women, also relating to the gender-based violence related issues, etc. So this is the overall framework under which we are working. But as I said, this has to be contextualized from state to state, even maybe from area to area. So some of these models that have come up, and because we have also been able to analyze them, assess their impact, etc. So there is a lot of learning through which we can actually scale up, replicate, and scale up these models. So broadly, this is what we are doing, but I think under NRLM, the plan is to really go for these gender resource centers in a big way, because they have actually been found to be quite effective. And we have issued gender resource center advisories, etc., and looking for the resources, etc., for making them operational. The other things that we are going to work on is, as I said, we have, with support from IWAGE, etc., we have been able to develop a lot of training modules, a lot of resource material, etc. We are working on an MIS also to collect all the gender-related data. We would also like to do an impact study of. I keep saying we would like to do that. Is the mission which would like to do this. So an evaluation of the gender resource centers that have been set up, so that we really understand which ones are working well and in which format they are working well, and then try to take them forward. Also, the other thing in which the support has come in a big way is, last year we did a gender campaign. Correct. And that was that was also to we are going to do this gender campaign every year. It's going to be an annual feature, but last year we had focused on gender-based violence. So every year we hope that this will be a different theme which we will focus on, because I felt that this kind of campaign has not happened in the country ever, where we work with the rural women and try to make them aware about gender-related issues and all. So that is another area in which IWAGE and other organizations, all our partner organizations, including UNICEF, BNJF, all have supported us. So that is something that will definitely, I'm sure, be continued. And the gender samvad, that was another thing that IWAGE had helped us in taking up. So this was a kind of platform on which women-related issues could be discussed, and more awareness created about this. So this platform also, hopefully it will go moving ahead. We'll have more of these discussions on various issues. So I think these are the different kind of activities that we would like to take. And of course, we have also been working on integrating gender in different verticals of NRLM. So that also, a lot of work has already been done, but perhaps more needs to be included.
So ma'am, as you transition into a new role, what's your ambition for the gender resource centers and the work that you already started? Like, where would you like this to go in the next 5 years? It's just my last question. Some reflections.
So I think these gender resource centers are very useful. Really, it's entirely managed by the community, so very empowering, and they are very effective. What is required is how they can get integrated with other institutional mechanisms that are there in the country. Maybe some set up by women and child development, how they integrate with the police setup. During the campaign, also a lot of awareness was generated on this. A lot of, I think, convergence also happened in many places with the police. But it is very important, if you want to address gender-related issues, the support of police is required, WCD is required, the legal side, making women aware about their legal rights, etc. So all this integration, if we can manage, that would be really very, very useful. And of course, we have a long way to go in setting up this in basic institutional setup that I mentioned within our community institutions. They have been started in some parts of the country, but for many reasons, it's a slow progress. And I'm sure with more of focus coming on this, on these areas of work, social development related issues which have not really had the kind of focus that is required, and they are equally important for women empowerment. So with more focus, if we can really scale up to all the community institutions and make all the SAG women aware, so my vision would be to scale up the gender resource centers, to scale up the institutional mechanism, and have this convergence with different organizations.
Thank you, man. I hope we can all unitedly come back to show you some progress in that direction. So thank you so much. Dr. Khurana, I want to turn to you. You've been really spearheading a lot of the upskilling, again, as a way to actually increase women's economic participation and their empowerment. Can you talk to me a little bit about some of the initiatives and collaborations that you have been driving on women's economic empowerment at NITI, and where do you think our collaborative work is right now, and what are some of the issues that you think we need to address on a priority?
So first of all, thank you so much for inviting me here, and congratulations to IWWAGE for completing fabulous 5 years, and best wishes for all your future endeavors. We've had the opportunity to work with BMGF and IWWAGE on the issue of enhancing women's labor force participation. We're undertaking a collaborative study on ways and strategies to explore how women's labor force participation can be enhanced, how women can be enabled to overcome barriers that they face. This is, and also highlighting initiatives that have, initiatives such as NRLM, the work that has been done at the grassroots level, drawing from that's something which we are doing in collaboration with ILO, and we hope to engage with a lot of other experts, organizations, ministries, as well as states for this initiative on strengthening the care economy. Given that the sector has a lot of potential, the study estimates the potential, the employment generation potential that the sector has, and also makes projections for future, given that there has been an increasing demand for care workers with the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, the fact that we have a great demand for care workers from India in other countries that have an aging population. So how the potential can be tapped. So we've come up with initiatives, strategies on how care workers can be trained through skill development initiatives, how care infrastructure, public infrastructure needs to be strengthened to enable more and more women who happen to handle normative care responsibilities, how care infrastructure can be strengthened to enable women's participation in the economy through especially public-private partnerships, through models that organizations like Mobile Creches, Seva have been undertaking, how such models can be upscaled, expanded to enable more and more women to join the workforce as well as have opportunities within the care sector. Also for younger women, there are a lot of opportunities in the care sector which need to be tapped through skill development. We know that a good number of youngsters join our ITIs that are spread across. We have almost 14,000 ITIs across the country. So these ITIs as institutions of long-term skill training have a lot of potential. These ITIs need to be modernized. Many of them have taken the initiative to have partnerships, where a lot of private industries have taken over ITIs to modernize equipment and training. But there is still a lot of potential for ITIs as the infrastructure for long-term training to get modernized, to cater to women's and girls' skill development. So that's something we've been increasingly talking about. Also in ITIs, what we find during our visits and interactions with ITI trainers and students is that most of the girls are concentrated in roles, industry roles that are gender stereotyped, that are either about fashion design or tailoring or other such courses where there is a concentration of women. But what we find is that concentration of women and girls in such roles actually leads to an oversupply of women in the same roles of beauty and fashion design, tailoring, leading to lower wages and precarious work. So that's something that we're really pushing for, that we need more participation of women in non-traditional livelihoods, in sectors where, where there's more technology involved, where there's, STEM roles involved, where women can actually break traditional barriers and join and take up newer opportunities.
Really great. What kind of gaps are you seeing between the skilling opportunities in different roles for women and girls? You mentioned that with respect to ITIs, but do you think there's a broader gender gap? And what do you think we should be doing as a government, as non-government players to really shift that balance? Because that's a really important role for them to get upskilled. And secondly, I think you're also at NITI have put together a women's entrepreneurship platform. How effective do you think those would be in helping women have better opportunities for skilling?
So what we find is that there are socio-cultural barriers for women, not just within the households, but also in the public sphere, also when they step out to work. So the employers and others, their teachers, their skill trainers, have their own biases, since they're also embedded in the larger socio-cultural ethos. So women end up taking up the same job roles. So to be able to break such barriers, we talk about having role models. We talk about sensitizing not just women and girls, but also their families. That of course we have initiatives already ongoing, but industries, private sector also need to take this up in a bigger way, where we have skill training for women in non-traditional sectors such as driving, delivery roles, but also not just skill training, but onboarding women with reaching out to their families, organizing sensitization sessions. We know that safety concerns are a major issue for women to step out for skill training, education, and employment. So in order to address those safety concerns, we need to have sensitization sessions, not just for women, but also for their families, to reassure families that yes, we have better initiatives, and private sector employers need to go out all their way to ensure that women have safer transport, especially if they're working long hours. There is last mile connectivity through public infrastructure. So these are some of the factors that can help not just for women to take up employment roles, but also for skill trainings. Skill training, this is a major barrier which needs to be addressed.
I think also, ma'am, you mentioned the private sector. I don't think the private sector does enough to create women-friendly workplaces, and we need to really maybe bring that together, but I don't know if there are any initiatives with the private sector.
In fact, that's something the Women Entrepreneurship platform which you mentioned about has been really mobilizing the private sector, FICCI, and there's FICCI Flow, and a lot of industries and private players are part of the Women Entrepreneurship platform, which and they're also mobilizing smaller initiatives of women at the grassroots. So that's one of their major objectives, is to sensitize the private sector, to nudge them to have initiatives for women, to have safer transport, safer workplaces. So that's something which is part of the Women Entrepreneurship Platform, to bring everyone together in the private sector and to nudge them to have initiatives.
One of the big things that the NRLM tries to do is also to create entrepreneurs in the rural areas, and I don't know how we should converge and synergize some of these efforts, because those women also don't have access often to business skills, entrepreneurial skills. So maybe there's an opportunity to take the WEP and take it even to the rural areas, because there's a real opportunity with this large collectives that we have. And there we find that they have a lot of capital is also now being made increasingly, but need the skills to actually take their businesses to be more sustainable. So maybe there's some opportunity there. We have some time now, so for the House, so I'm happy to, if you're okay, to take some questions from the audience. So please, when you stand and ask a question, if you'd like, don't mind introducing yourself and addressing it to which of the panelists you'd like to. So any questions? I'm opening this session out. Yes, please. You have a hand there. Please introduce yourself, your organization, and who you want the question to be answered by. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Monica. I'm working with Population Council. And my question is to both the panelists, either of them can answer. We see that we have a huge factors around regional development when we talk about how rural economies are working in. And of course, the job market is skewed. We all understand. Initially, the conversations have also been around that. And we also understand that women most likely do not also want to migrate out and then look for job opportunities. They do look for local opportunities also within their areas which can actually support them in employment generation and helping them in their livelihoods and incomes. So I want to hear your perspectives on, do you see that the local economies do have the capacity to actually absorb these women? And how do we create more opportunities for these women? Of course, we have local entrepreneurship models, but looking at just not supporting women to, step out of their areas, but actually how we bring together local economies to support employment for women. So how do we create that? So that's my question.
Do you want to answer?
Hi, Monica. So I think, Monica, because you've been working for a long time with us in NRLM also, so there is a lot of things, a lot of initiatives that are being taken under NRLM. I'll just briefly mention a few, and this is basically to, one is to try to support the women in doing, improving or bringing more better technology, etc., in the work that they are doing. So whatever kind of livelihood activities they are doing, if we can introduce some technology to improve, so that locally itself in their own places they can do better, get better productivity, better income out of that. The other is, we have programs like Mahila Kisan Sashaktikan Pariyojana or Startup Village Entrepreneurship Program. Again, these are to help women in SVP particularly to take up enterprises in their local areas. Again, small enterprises, and in which they are being supported and mentored through mentors and the community resource persons specifically trained for doing these things. Similarly, we are setting up these one-stop facilitation centers, which can again support in enterprise development for women in the local areas. Besides that, we are working on forming a lot of collectives. So again, this is something that will help them in enhancing their income when they come together. The same, if there are a few women doing the same kind of activities, bring them together in a producer group, so that they get the economies of scale, they can improve their productivity, less cost inputs, more income. Similarly, setting up producer enterprises or farmer producer organizations. Again, many of these are doing very well. So all these are activities for which they really don't need to move out of their areas, and there is a lot of scope in The thing is that we have to do a proper scoping. Where is the opportunity? So, for example, we have been setting up some producer enterprises in the dairy sector, and this is one sector in which it really has very good consumption potential, etc. So, the dairy enterprises are working very well. So similarly, we have in areas where tussar is produced, so enterprises based on tussar or similar kind of products. So you have to really look at what are the requirements. Even in the Startup Village Entrepreneurship Program, we look at the potential in that area and then only support an enterprise. So if you already have 5 ration shops in a village, you don't bring in a 6th one, but you look for what is there a potential for. So these are the different kind of things that NRLM is doing, and of course a lot of work on marketing. This is a huge area of work, still a lot to be done there. A lot of initiatives have been taken. These collectives actually help in marketing, getting them connected with bigger players in the market. E-commerce platform, but that is again another area which is very challenging to work in. So these are the different kind of things that perhaps can be taken to scale.
Just to also add, in terms of local opportunities for women, we also highlight through our report on the gig and platform economy that a lot of women have been able to take up some income earning opportunities through their social networking platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and so on. Some of them are selling their own products and using their network to, to reach out to larger markets. So technology has somewhere enabled women to tap these opportunities, which sometimes which they can actually do from their homes or any remote place. So these are some of the opportunities which are emerging and which need to be tapped through more networking opportunities for women, more awareness for women, more platform companies reaching out to women and having women-specific onboarding programs. We also need more digital access for women, given the fact that especially women in rural areas sometimes do not have access to internet devices and smartphones, whereas their male counterparts in their households get to have access to smartphones and internet devices. So increasing access to technology for women can also lead to more local opportunities, income earning opportunities for women.
Do you have any more questions? Yes, please. Yes. Do you have a mic?
Hello everyone, I'm Joshua, I'm from Jagori. So I think I have one question each for both our panelists. So for Neeta ma'am, you talked about GRCs and how you would also like to see them integrated with other gender-based violence redress mechanisms that already exist. So my question is very pointedly towards like informal sector women workers, and especially the LC mechanism that is under the POSH Act. So do you also see a role of GRCs in connecting these informal sector women to local committees, to creating awareness, especially at the block level, because that is the first point of contact where the nodal officers are, where these registers of sexual harassment at the workplace are registered, especially because for informal sector workers, their workplaces are also public places. So that is for Neeta ma'am, like what could the role of the GRC be in this? And for Sakshi ma'am, you talked about last mile connectivity for the formal sector, but also I wanted to ask about the informal sector, like how can last mile connectivity be improved for women who are working as domestic workers, as factory workers, as street vendors? And also the sensitization training that you were talking about that we need to do with families and this feeling of unsafety that these women have, or all of us women have. So can the sensitization training also be done with, say, like RWAs or people who are working in factories, like the floor managers of factories, for example, or for street vendors, with the shopkeepers that are in the markets who sit alongside these street vendors? So how would we go about, doing that kind of sensitization or improving that kind of last mile connectivity? Thank you.
So I think the question was about how the GRCs connect at the block level and create awareness generation, etc. Right? So that is what I said. This is something that we want should happen. As of now, GRCs are actually at I think at block level or sub block level also. Excuse me. So like I said, the connect has to be with the maybe the one-stop center. So the problem, where does the problem lie? GRCs are managed by women from among the community, and while they can do a lot of good work in ensuring entitlements for women, they manage the case registers, etc. very well. But there may be cases, gender-based violence, etc., where you need to give some staying facility for the victims. That is not something that the GRC can do. As of now, they don't have the resources, they don't have the physical availability of space, they don't have the security that is required for taking up these kind of things. So there has to be some supporting mechanism. It has to be the police support, it has to be the one-stop centers that are being created by WCD, etc. So some that kind of convergence is definitely required for the GRCs to be able to be effective in managing these kind of cases.
Very interesting question about last mile connectivity for informal workers. In fact, my doctoral fieldwork was among informal women workers who were construction workers, also alternating so many times as domestic workers and street vendors as well sometimes. So really sensitization for informal workers is very important, given that there are concerns for safety and gender norms, family norms function in a very strong way. We see in the construction sector, women are always working with their male family members. They are not allowed to work independently in the construction sector because a construction site is not considered safe, especially for a woman. She's always vulnerable in a construction site, and it involves going out of your home and working long hours. So, of course, family itself was that was the norm, that you have to work with your family members at the construction site. But in other spaces, we find as street vendors or as domestic workers, where women are more independent. They're traveling, to and fro from their workplace on their own. So that's where concerns of safety come in, and I in fact documented a lot of incidents which women faced of sexual harassment and so on, women who were working as domestic workers. So I also found that grassroots organizations were playing a very important role for women informal workers, grassroots organizations like Seva and others who were sensitizing, creating awareness among these women, also often helping them when they had, a dispute with the employer. So women needed some sort of fallback option, that when we have problems at the workplace, who do we go to? So that's when grassroots organizations play an important role. I think, and grassroots organizations, in fact, have a very critical role in last mile connectivity as a fallback support for women informal workers. I also talked about stories of women who go on to become grassroots leaders in their own community. So being associated with an organization which can empower women, gave them a lot of agency, an agency which they could use not just at their workplace, but also in their homes and families, where, because of their participation outside of their homes, their ability to get their children admitted into schools, getting family members connected to government schemes, all that gave them an edge, that they had more exposure because of being connected to an organization and being connected to fellow women workers in that space. So I feel organizations and women's networks have a very important role in sensitizing women and their families these grassroots level organizations often reach out to women's families also, having meetings sometimes with the husbands, with the mothers-in-law, and having community meetings in the residential spaces where women live. So also for sensitization, which you talked about, I think private sector employers, emerging startups, platform companies have a role in coming up with initiatives where they can sensitize women. I mentioned about the need for onboarding women in new job roles. So sensitization programs there need to be undertaken by private employers, not just for women, but sometimes also for their families, to give them, an assurance that a woman needs to, a young girl especially, needs to step out and take up these roles where she will have these defined hours and so on, so that, families also are better prepared to send, or, to support their family members to take up new job roles.
Yeah, I think there's also a great lesson to take from the power of the collective. So one of the other good initiatives is the National Urban Livelihood Mission, which looks at informal workers, connecting them. It's very small in comparison to NRLM, but there is an opportunity to scale that. And I hear that 2.0 of NULM is about to be announced, and is really looking at community-centered collectives, and also based on livelihood opportunity, to creating collectives through that, which helps a lot in some of the issues that you are raising. As well as, ma'am, looking at some of the new conversations around social security benefits for informal workers, but also looking at how platforms can also ensure that, so that you get a rating if you've gone and been connected through a domestic platform, then you can also rate who your customer was, so that you create a safer environment, because then everyone has a rating, you as a worker, but also the person who employs you, much like the Uber cabs, etc. So there are now new mechanisms, and I think technology can play an important role, especially in urban areas.
Also, just to add to that, so many reports that we get from the ground level talk about, you mentioned about RWAs, we get to hear of so many women who are working as, who are going for personal services to clients through these platforms. They're often denied, they're not allowed to use the toilets, which is a major challenge for women, that if I'm stepping out as a delivery agent or as somebody going to give personal services at the client's home, and I'm not being allowed to use toilets. So that's where sensitization, as you mentioned, with RWAs comes in, that really involving them to to create that sort of awareness, or sensitize them that yes, you need to allow people to use toilets.
Yes, since morning, we've been hearing about how, because of mechanization and for a lot of reasons, women are moving out of the agricultural labor space also. And Neeta Kejriwal also talked about enterprise and the focus of NRLM on enterprises. Now in India, across 65% of the women entrepreneurs are solo, home-based women entrepreneurs. And since NRLM has played such an important role in terms of women's collectives, how effectively women's collectives are playing a role in terms of women entrepreneurs at all the three levels, from procurement, production to marketing. This is an area where I think NRLM needs to play a very important role, and also think of because I know there are some orders that come from the government which create a lot of excitement, but then government can only give so many orders and the number of women you're working with is huge. So they need to be integrated with the market. And how effectively we do that. Sakshi is here, so maybe, I think Madhu touched upon it, but how effectively we are working with the private sector to see that these women who are organized on the ground are effectively interacting with big players, the private sector, and getting some important role, be it changing their procurement policies, be it changing their, getting a shelf to place some products there. So I think both levels, there is a very important role that can be played at your level in terms of advocacy and working with the private sector, and Neeta ma'am's in terms of how effectively for enterprise we can.
I'll have to stop because they have to answer.
Can be the last question.
Yeah, this was the last question. If you have a response to that.
Certainly, I completely agree with you that we need to all, all stakeholders need to come together and need to work together with the private sector, with the employers to make them, come up with more initiatives that really enable women to overcome the barriers that they face and enable them to take up opportunities that really, add a lot of value and meaning to their lives.
Yeah, so Kalpana, I think the only solution I see is that we have these collectives, the producer groups and producer enterprises, really working in a very professionalized manner. We need to bring in professionals to support them, and then they need to connect with the bigger players. So that is work in progress, kind of. There have been many instances in which actually they have been able to make connect with some big players, but this has still way to go. So, but I think the way through for it is through collectivization, and when they have a certain quantity of produce, only can they really connect with big market players. So the big market players will also connect only when they see the value there. So I think that is the way to move forward, but it's a very challenging work, particularly when you're talking about women managing it completely, and women from that strata of society, maybe uneducated, not too much of exposure, and you have to bring maybe professionals from outside to support them, but a lot of capacity building, a lot of input to go there.
Thank you. I want to thank both of you. I know there must be many questions buzzing in the audience, so hopefully our esteemed panelists will be available if you have some questions. But thank you again, ma'am. Thank you actually so much for being here and for sharing your thoughts. So thank you again to IWWAGE for inviting us all.
We would like to extend our gratitude and thank members of this panel for taking out time and sharing their experiences and insights with us. Ma'am, we have mementos for you, so. Can I please request all the panel members to collect their mementos? I would like to request Sharon to kindly present the memento to Madam Neeta Kejriwal. May I please invite Shantanu to present the memento to Ms. Madhu Krishna? May I please invite Sijo John to come on stage and present the memento to Dr. Sakshi Khurana? Thank you. Now I would like to introduce our speakers for the next session, Creating Employment for Women, New Opportunities and Emerging Sectors, Partnering with Organizations. I take this opportunity to introduce our first offices. She has been in key leadership positions for Beijing Conference, Jagori, UN Trust Fund to End Violence Against Women, and as a co-convener, Feminist Policy Collective. She has also been a co-founder of the Women's Fund Asia and the Women's India Fund, where she currently is the chairperson. In 2021, she was also recognized by Apolitical's 100 Most Influential People in Gender Policy. As a feminist trainer, she supports capacity building for policymakers, government functionaries, civil societies, grassroots practitioners, and women's collective. She is also engaged in participatory feminist research and evaluation studies. We welcome you here, ma'am. Our next panel speaker is Ms. Sumitra Mishra, Executive Director, Mobile Crutches. She is leading the organization, ensuring the voice of the most vulnerable young children is central to the policy agenda for governments, businesses, and civil society, where their areas of work overlap with the rights of children. She has over 20 years of work experience with the most excluded and deprived persons with disability, victims of trafficking, survivors of violence, especially women and children. Mobile Crutches is a 50-year-old learning organization working for the rights of young children, birth to 6, to make them a national priority in policies, research, practice, capacities, and communities. A very warm welcome to you. I want to welcome our next speaker for the panel, Ms. Madhura Karnik, currently the Chief Growth Officer at Haq Darshak, leading partnerships, communications, and growth. With over 6 years of experience working within the development sector and another 8 years of experience in corporates and media, she brings to the table strong connections with non-profit, philanthropies, and corporations within the ecosystem. In the past, she has written for Indian as well as foreign publications, including Mints, Quartz, Bloomberg, and Reuters on the Indian economy, corporates, and banking. She started her career as an analyst, working with the Standard & Poor's team researching the US structured finance sector. She is passionate about justice and empowerment. We are thrilled to have you here with us. The chair for our session is Ms. Sunaina Kumar, a senior fellow at ORF and executive director at Think 20 India Secretariat. At ORF, she works with the Center for New Economic Diplomacy and focuses on gender. She has been a journalist for over 15 years and has reported on the development, gender, and culture. She has worked as a senior editor with the Indian Express and Open magazine, and she has contributed to news features to The Guardian, BBC, Der Spiegel, Al Jazeera, Indian Spend, and Mint, among others. As an independent journalist, she has reported on a variety of subjects from different parts of India, Germany, and Bangladesh. I would request our panel speakers and chair to kindly come on stage, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for that introduction. We are here to discuss today the topic, creating employment for women, new opportunities and emerging sectors. But before we begin, I want to take this opportunity, of course, to congratulate IWWAGE for 5 years of excellent work on this issue, some of which I have been associated with, and it really is an honor to be here on this panel and to be here on this day. As all data shows, including the latest report by NSO released in March, the gap between workforce participation of men and women in India shows little or no improvement. Women are largely left out of the workforce. And on this issue, we do know that when it comes to moving the needle, what we need are sustainable partnerships between all stakeholders, whether that's governments or private sector, and of course, institutions that support academic research. And that is really what we are here to discuss with our speakers who bring a wealth of experience on this topic. What I'm going to do is perhaps squeeze in 2 rounds of questions before we open this up to the audience. And for your opening intervention, I'm going to turn to each of you and ask you to share your learnings with us, with all the experience that you have. What does it take to increase employment for women? and how do we build models that are sustainable and replicable. And really in the second part, I want to focus on the aspect of partnerships. But let's begin with you, Sunita, and if you can share your learnings and experiences with us.
Thank you, Sunena. And hello to everybody, and congratulations, IWWAGE. I'm classically not going to speak about employment. I am going to depart, and that has been part of the understanding. Because what I wanted to throw light on is that our partnership with IWWAGE is a feminist partnership. And I think as we talked and we heard earlier about how women's collectives on the ground and their institutions are being strengthened, it just brings to our attention that the feminist collectives that really work on research, practice on the ground, do training, collect the evidence, maybe of a different kind, but very important evidence of bringing to the center's attention and to everyone's attention critical issues and barriers to women's rights and empowerment. We need feminist partnerships. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Feminist Policy Collective, though I have multiple partnerships with IWWAGE, but that for another time. And the Feminist Policy Collective was set up by a group of us. It's an unfunded collective. It grew out of the work on gender budgeting, as we looked at how unfunded most policies and programs are, and how important it was to throw light on transformative financing. How can we walk the talk if there are no funds? And it really goes to the credit of IWWAGE to NRLM Gates Foundation that they have walked the talk by putting resources so that change can be made. And IWWAGE has been a co-founder. Sona has played an important role, Sona and Kanika. And together we established it formally in 2019. And we have convened annual meetings. We've done joint writings, papers in EPW on the impacts of gender and COVID, on the gig economy. Sona has played a very significant and an important role. So I just wanted to say that in co-creating a feminist platform, it does take a different approach. And we need many, many partnerships and many, many investments. May not be financial. It's not about only budgets and money. It's about a political vision. It's about how you are thinking 10 years ahead. I mean, it takes Yamini, who started thinking about how to put gender on the NRLM agenda and what it, and the distance it has traveled in the last 5 to 10 years. So I think this is a feminist partnership. I urge everyone to continue this partnership because gender mainstreaming by itself is not going to bring about any change. What we need is a radical way of transforming our society and looking at structural barriers to women's employment and to women's participation in the workforce. That for now.
Okay, I do have a follow-up question, but perhaps I can come to that later. Madhu, I will turn to you.
First of all, congratulations, IWWAGE, and thank you for calling us. I think we are one of the youngest organizations and field implementers on the dais today. I think today I'll slightly, and I'm purely talking from a field implementer perspective, right? Haq Darshak today works in 24 states, and the project with IWWAGE in Chhattisgarh was one of our biggest, which also has paved up multiple models and solutioning for Haq Darshak because of the in-depth impact evaluation and learnings that we've done. When we started Haq Darshak 7.5 years ago, the idea was how do you bridge the gap between social protection and the people for whom programs are designed for. And that time we were naive enough to think that technology alone was going to solve the issue. It did not. We ended up making a platform that people did not use because technology today is also seen purely from entertainment and communications perspective. It's not a utility yet for 90% of the communities that we work in. Which is when we realize that the potential of communities and the potential of women in the community needs to be leveraged, and and the technology has to sort of work side by side, right? So the women in the Hagdarshak model are our change agents. Technology is a support that we provide to them. And one of the most important learnings through the last 7 years and through the program with IWWAGE that we've learned is there needs to be a lot of inclusivity in giving them the option to choose if they want to be a part of programs or not. Today, what generally and typically happens is there are multiple programs in the field and women are made a part of it just by the design of it, just because they're a part of an SHG or they're a part of another cadre. But a system is not made to give the community an option of sort of opting in the program or not. How many of us are thinking of making an institutionalized sort of system wherein the community women can come and say that, hey, you know what, I think this is going to give me better income opportunities and let me be a part of it. Rather than we go to them and say, hey, my program is great, it will help you earn 2x of what you're earning today, please come and attend the training. What follows is, I think, what most people have said, there are dropouts. There's less interest after the implementing agency is off the ground and the program sort of tapers. And these are the classic sort of learnings that we saw with the program with IWWAGE. Towards the end of the program, women said that, okay, we are, this is a project, right? We're done. So the sustainability aspect in terms of building a system and having women opt in will sort of create that dent. And I think we've sort of then pivoted around it, right? Today, Hagdarshak is not just a doorstep service for enrolling people in social entitlements, but we have started a brick and mortar sort of model where we are building kendras, yojana kendras for women in the community to run. So the first year is sort of hand-holding, we give them incentivization. From the second year, we tell them, hey, this is your kendra. This is your office. You have to run this. There's a lot of investment and equity that we're expecting from women, and I think that has worked for us. We've massively failed in programs where we've done classroom trainings and expected these women to now start earning and learning and continue to do that. So I think for us, having that agency of saying that I want to be a part of this, and also sort of the expectation that suddenly socioeconomic conditions are not going to change, right? Suddenly the men of the family are not going to tell the women to go start working. It's a long process. The biggest dropout ratios in Hagdarshaks is because men telling the women that, hey, why are you talking to strangers and charging them money in front of everybody? That has been the biggest sort of reason for women to drop out of our programs, because they are charging a fee to the community to help them. And I don't think we are trying to solve that. What we're trying to do is institutionalize it, and I think the program with SRLM, the Bihan team in Chhattisgarh, was a testament to it. As long as we had that support, there was a great sort of uptake. As long as sort of that tapered off, the program fell off. So I think institutionalization and incentivization along with sort of this agency is something that we are now trying to build. And hopefully we may find a solution to sort of solve most of the social protection issues through this.
Thanks for that. Sumitra, we just heard, of course, from Sunita about the need to build feminist partnerships, and Madhura outlined for us what are the reasons that women drop out often. You have been working with women on the ground, from the poorest backgrounds, women from the margins. What have been your learnings with mobile creches?
Thank you, Sunaina, and thank you, IWWAGE, for putting us all together in one room. And congratulations on completing 5 years. So really, I mean, I'm wondering what is Mobile Creches doing in this room and on this panel, when you just heard from the introduction that we work in the space of early childhood development, we work with young babies and children, and we've been doing that for a long time, and some of you who know Mobile Creches has a general sense that construction sites pe creche chalate hain. So why am I taking the risk of coming to a room full of gender activists and feminist scholars and economists, urban planners, livelihoods, architects to talk about mobile creches? I think possibly the answer lies in the question that you say, that what is the potential of a partnership with an organization like IWAGE and mobile crashes. I'm not responding directly to your question around women's employment, but I think there is a tacit answer towards the discussion and the discourse on women's employment. If I highlight 3 features of the kind of partnership that we see moving together forward, I think between IWAGE and mobile crashes, the partnership is a reflection of how the world has changed and how civil society action has changed or must change in the SDG driven world where whole of government and whole of society approach is spoken about, and as civil society we hold governments accountable to convergent methodologies. This is an example of convergence between civil society where early childhood development and whatever it means in terms of health, nutrition, care, protection is linked to livelihoods program, livelihoods linked to skilling, job creation, job retention program, that links to women's agency, economic empowerment program, that link at economic and well-being outcomes at household level, linking to national economy, and somewhere in between business outcomes and a case for businesses and profit margin. There is that trajectory there. And I think from the mobile crashes lens, we see that potential, that getting SDG targets 2.2 on malnutrition, 4.2 on early childhood care and education, 5.4 on unpaid care burden, and 8.5 on decent work condition. There is an intersectional space where we work, and which is where this kind of convergence and partnerships is required to drive the women's agenda forward, the employment agenda forward. The second thing that I would like to say is that how do we continue to build the discourse? I think another example of our partnership is our ability or our attempt to bridge the gap between practitioner organization, or what has been traditionally called service delivery organizations, and researchers and think tanks and policymakers. So the attempt to bridge the gap for researchers, policymakers to hit the ground, experience and immerse themselves on ground learnings, and that influencing their interpretation of data and the recommendation has become very critical. In the world of globalized communication, you have to be where the action is, and the action is in the ground, in the most margins. But also similarly for a service delivery organization like Mobile Crashes to be able to step back and look at the data that is produced by a third person at your own work, that where your programs are failing. You probably have a sense of where your programs are working, but to know and hear through data where your programs are failing and therefore it needs recalibration of programs is also an important thing. So in that sense, to be able to look at your own program and say that how it can have a bigger and deeper impact, this kind of a partnership between service providers and researchers helps. And the third point, and I'll keep it short now, is that finally all of us in this room, I think our ambition, and just before this panel, the panel on a lot of conversations, meaningful conversations on policies and systems change, all of us here are very aware that we ourselves cannot bring about big change. There is a scale, and scale at exponential level is required in terms of any such programs. Particularly I'm talking from the care provision, where it is very nascent and very primitive in many ways in the country even now. So, and systems change needs policy change and budgets, right? So, and that is not going to come easy without the evidence for it. And policies and budgets are not just about the public budgets and government policies, but also very much the market budget in terms of care economy, particularly if you look at the care diamond, where markets and community-based organizations like the SAGs that we were talking about play a very major role in localizing care solutions to drive women's economic empowerment and employment opportunities. And we so far have been relying a lot of the data from global north. It is time to have unique data from global south, good quality data from global south to drive the care discussion and the care economy discussions forward. So in that sense, I hope that this partnership and this attempt for us to work together is in a way visionary to look at big picture and systems change. Thank you.
Okay, cannot agree with you enough, especially on the need for good quality data, and hopefully we are making some improvement there. Sunita, we just heard her speak about bridging the gap between service delivery organizations and also academia. And this is a question that I also want to ask you. You can tell us about ways to strengthen these linkages between advocacy, between administration, between academia to have a perceivable impact on policy making on this issue.
Yeah, I was just thinking because in my other avatar, I work with IWWAGE and Pradhan and Jaguri earlier. And we are supporting, via the NRLM, the formation of GRCs. Now, when we look at the conceptualization of an ecosystem support for women, right up to the village level, and the fact that all institutions have to come together so that women have access to rights, entitlements, safety at work, and we've heard many such things this morning. Where is this experience going to come from? How are you going to capture that data? When cases come, how are you going to document it? What is the legal knowledge that the frontline service providers in the GRC requires? The understanding of law, not from a punitive perspective, but from a restorative justice perspective, because prevention and change is what we're working towards. We're not just working towards, put every person into jail. So when you have to develop perspectives of a lot of service providers on the ground, at the cluster level, at the district level, block level, and bring together a range of institutions, you need the administration to step in and provide an enabling environment. We need them to be aware of what are the legal rights and what is legal empowerment, what are social rights, what are political rights. We need to bring all the institutions, whether it's the Panchayati Raj institution, women leaders out there, women leaders from the federations, the work that's being done by WCD, the Social Justice Ministry, and also not forget about so many of them, trans people, Dalit women, indigenous women, all of them who are so much on the margins. Now, how do you bring them to the center and to the table with an equal voice and their experience and lived realities that should matter? Now, when we have to evaluate these projects, when it comes to data collection, what are the indicators being used? And I think there's a critique out there which we need to now examine. We're always saying that we are empowering women, not only to be financially autonomous and independent. We're working on bodily integrity right now. We're working on access to health and reproductive and sexual rights. But we're always looking at what is the decision making within the family. So obviously the family is the toughest institution to work within. And we're not doing enough politically and culturally and otherwise to transform families, to transform people in society. But we want the woman to change the decision-making power within the family. Will that happen? Unless we work at all levels. So these are just some small illustrations. There are many such things. For instance, what is the SOP that will evolve? And I know there are feminist groups right here who are part of the Feminist Policy Collective. So I'm, in a way, just reflecting some of the concerns in our conversations that we have. How are we going to collect data? Case registered, access given, referrals provided, case closed. What is it going to take? It takes 5 to 10 years for any woman to heal from the impacts and the trauma of violence, whether within the workplace, her family, and in the public space. So I think there's a lot of work to be done to be able to gather evidence, not only at the level of the qualitative data, the quantitative data, the indicators, and I think that's the challenge ahead of us, because it is fascinating that we have the gender justice centers, the gender resource centers, so close to communities. It is something that has not happened before, and I think we have a lot more work ahead of us.
Just a quick question on that. What is the approach at Feminist Policy Collective On the issue of women's invisible work and making it visible so that it translates into numbers and statistics which are needed for gender responsive budgeting.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of work that's happening on that. There's a lot of thinking about it. And I think this morning there was also a reference to the fact that women's work is not counted. Not counted by them, of course, but not counted by policy makers. So, you know, understanding what is women's work, understanding that work from home today is a reality. What does that make? What does that do to most women? What is the infrastructure? How sensitive is the gender infrastructure that women have access to, whether in terms of care, the creches, the workplace infrastructure that they need when they're, you know, we can talk about women in formal sectors, but we can't forget that most women are farmers and they're in multiple livelihoods. And they work. Farming is a public space work. And there has been a research that Feminist Policy Collective with SEHEJ, UN Women, and with IWAGE we have done of the violence, structural violence women face, women cultivators, and with Maqam, Sejal is right here, the network of women farmers, that has just been, that has been released actually, we're going to formally release it, which has been led by Maqam, on the violence that they face as cultivators and farm laborers, and you will be shocked at the stories, the narratives, the experience, and the complete lack of any redress mechanism. So how are we ever going to deal with something? And that's why NRLM's work is important, because it is to bring the ecosystem to the women. And for that, every ministry has to show political will. We have to have higher level mechanisms. And I know at state levels, whether it's Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, and many of the other states, a lot is being done. Nilesh is right here, and a lot has been done. You know, the Pradhan team is here. But we have to do it quickly. We can't wait. I think 300 years for gender equality is much too long.
Madhura, how has Hagdarsha gone about building networks and building partnerships with like-minded organizations?
I think one of the first partnerships that we had when we started was with Tata Trust, who was working with this massive network of self-help groups. I think that's where we realized that this is a great source of women leaders from the community who can be quickly tapped, mentored as service agents, and they can then in turn sort of identify others from the community to be a part of the network, right? So one important strategy for us is how do we work more and more with self-help groups. The second is SRLMs. I think that is the biggest sort of reach that we can get. In Chhattisgarh alone, across 14 districts, we've worked with more than 5,000 women who were trained as Hagdarshaks on the mobile platform. We have similar partnerships in Punjab, Jharkhand. We did something in Maharashtra with the Mahila Arthik Vikas Mahamandal, MAVIM. We are now trying to see how we can do similar things with some district level SHGs in Assam. So I think that is where the partnership really has an impact for Hagdarshak, right? Identifying who can be a Hagdarshak. From an urban perspective, I think we've been a little innovative on how do you find people, right? So most of our implementing partners are grassroots NGOs. One NGO that we were working with was a education-focused NGO who was working with underprivileged children. We are trying to find what schemes and welfare programs are available for them, scholarships, right? And then suddenly we realized that, hey, all of their mothers are again doing tasks and work on a daily basis. Why can't we identify some of them and train them as community leaders or as Hagdarshaks, right? Because and again that was a success. So I think it's literally anyone who wants to make a change but is from the community. So for us, partnership is not, we can't open up Hagdarshak and suddenly say, hey, anyone can sign up for us. You have to be an integral part of the community and you have to be there. A golden rule at Hagdarshak is that we never map a Hagdarshak from village A to village B. You have to be a part of that own village or a municipal ward, because the work that you're doing on social security and social protection is extremely sensitive on data. It hinges on the trust that the community puts on you. They are telling you your Aadhaar numbers, they're telling you their caste details, they're giving you their income details. And all that needs to be with a custodian who is extremely empathetic and trustworthy towards the community, right? So it is extremely tricky for us to then form these cadres, which is why we will go with a very sort of centralized network like your SRLMs, NRLMs, and other NGOs who already have some sort of equity in the community, so that we are not really, getting into any gray areas of this, because the social protection sort of ecosystem can be exploited very easily in India.
Of course, working with the government is an integral part of what you do. And how has that been, and how is that progressing?
I think for us, government has meant scale. We being again a 7-year-old sort of private limited company, we are a for-profit company. We are not a not-for-profit company. For us, going into a new community and sort of doing what we do is impossible today. So one of the more sort of scalable and legitimate approaches for us is to work with either individual departments or individual officers, or the SRLMs and NRLMs of the world. In Chhattisgarh especially, what that helped us do is a lot of scheme application facilitation was easier because the cadre was part of the SRLM. So the state was involved, and they in fact had a lot of meetings and interactions with other departments who are facilitating multiple schemes, and that made the application process and the overall convergence process very easy. Another example was we are working in Talasari in the Palghar district in Maharashtra, again one of the very, it's extremely, ranks extremely low on the Human Development Index. There we are working with individual district collectors who are working with our women Hakdarshak and telling them what is the need of the community. So one district collector knows that a hamlet of tribals does not have any birth proof, right? So our women have got this sort of work charted for them, where they don't have to actually go and do any research. They will go there, they'll start the processes for getting birth certificates, income certificates, caste certificates, or whatever other entitlements are in place, and do that at scale and with efficiency because the government is backing them. So for us, it is extremely critical, both for finding agents and also the convergence part of it.
Sumitra, the same question to you. How has Mobile Creches gone about building these partnerships? And of course, Sunita had mentioned about how it isn't a homogeneous group of women, there are just diverse voices, and how do we take those voices to policymakers? We're also running short of time, so we'll have to make this quick.
So in terms of partnerships, I think the answer is more straightforward, because I think as an organization, Mobile Creches has always believed in the power of partnerships, and whether it has been a part of, in founding and incubating formal networks and coalitions focused on childcare. For example, forces which came out of the Shram Shakti report, where women's livelihood and care was looked at for the first time, or ECC policy and therefore Alliance for Right to ECD, where holistic, integrated early childhood education and care was looked at comprehensively. So, but also being a part of many other networks. I mean, I think informally we are part of the Feminist Policy Collective, part of the Makan group. So the understanding that child care is an intersectional issue, and it intersects with multiple dimensions of societies and identities, and therefore a conscious attempt to be a part of various conversations. But in each of these conversations, being very clear as to what do we bring to the table, because that's the value add and that's the point of influence. So that has been, and this I'm talking more from the civil society partnerships, which has been a very strong feature of the work of Mobile Creches. But going forward, I think one of the ways in which the ground is changing is that when we are now talking of, ensuring social protection, entitlements, reaching public, public goods like health, education, childcare being accessible to public and especially the most marginalized population, a lot of the work is, at the last mile work is actually being done by development organizations, service delivery, whatever name you want to call it. And in that, at the district level or in a state level, Government and government agencies are looking for technical, knowledge-based solutions, providing partnerships with civil society organizations. So I think in that way also the ground has changed from Mobile Crash's experience of being a policy influence and holding government to accountability, to navigating the space, to working with government in co-creating some of the solutions, because you can't just ask questions and not have solutions on the ground. I think that paradigm has also slightly shifted, and I'll finish in the next 30 seconds to say that right now we are doing a lot of work with state governments using the actually the State Rural Livelihood Mission platform for Narega based creches in Karnataka, working with the government of Assam in Anganwadi cum creches for the urban poor population, and of course our work continues with private sector, meaning the employees, whether it's construction units, the stone crushing units of Rajasthan or the tea gardens of Assam and Bengal. So a lot of these things are now happening on the ground. It has to reach a critical mass before it pivots to the next level. And it is at this stage, therefore, some of these learning partnerships will be important. People in the room here, happy to talk more and see how we can collaborate.
I'm really glad you brought it up, because I did not want this discussion to end without us acknowledging that we cannot be preaching to the converted, and how do we bring in new voices and new actors into these partnerships. So we're going to open this up to the audience. You've heard from our speakers and they have very interesting thoughts. So please raise your hand and maybe we can take 2 questions. There will be mics around the room. People want a tea break. Okay. Yes, could you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Sushmita. I represent Project Concern International here. My question is to Madhura. Actually, your model is very interesting, and given that most of us are from the not-for-profit and you are for the for-profit, I'm very curious as you talk that, the people who do not have the access to information also are in a very resource crunch situation. So, did you ever face that the business model or the revenue model is troubling those people, because you're selling information and the resources as well to those who actually do not have anything? Thank you.
Thank you for actually one question that is asked to me every time I say we are a for-profit. So I think the way we work today is we work with corporations and organizations who are subsidizing this cost for the end beneficiary, right? For example, we are working with gig economy employers who want to give gig economy workers access to social protection, and they're willing to spend that on their value chain, right? Or then we are working with multiple CSR organizations who have been working in communities since years, have realized what are the gaps in terms of social protection and social security, and then our program becomes a part of their umbrella intervention that they're doing there, right? So the end beneficiary today is subsidized for a particular set of services that is being given to them by the Hak Darshak. However, we are actually looking at the Hak Darshak network as a support agent and service model, like the success of business correspondents in the banking world, right? They are charging the end beneficiary a part of what they earn. In a way, we again started this with a study with JPAL. We did a quick RCT to see how much will people pay and for what. Surprisingly, 90% of the community said that we will pay for information rather than the support service. And the cost there, we're talking about 30-35 rupees, right? With which they are today able to tell that what sort of services can I go and apply to at the Gram Panchayat office, at the Panchayat Samiti office, at the district collector office, or at the CSC center. So I think for the target audience who is extremely sort of excluded and would not have the resources, we have these checks and balances in place where we have the institutional funders sort of subsidizing it for them or covering their cost. For your gig economy, workers and the rest who are actually looking at this more from a service perspective, again, there is a mix and match hybrid model where the employer would pay a part of it and the user would match. So I think this has been our model till now. We've been fairly doing okay, but like I said, as we move ahead, we do want to have it more from a service delivery approach, because most CSC centers that the government has set up do charge the beneficiary for the services, right? So it's just sort of from that perspective.
Thank you, and we're out of time, I'm afraid, but this has been such a rich discussion. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you, Sumitra. Thank you, Sunita. Thank you, Madhura, for sharing your insights on this issue and how to build sustainable partnerships. And thank you also to IWAGE and all partner organizations for this.
Thank you, panelists and chair. I would request you to just be on stage, and we would like to give you the mementos. May I please call Surbhi on stage to present the memento to Ms. Sunita Dhar. May I please invite Megashri to present the memento to Ms. Madhura Karnik. May I please invite Prakriti to present the memento to Ms. Sunaina Kumar. May I please invite Divya on stage to present the memento to Ms. Sumitra Mishra. May I please take this opportunity to invite Sharon Bittu, our Executive Director, lead at Kriya University, to grace the occasion by giving us the closing remarks.
Thanks, Pavi. I'll think, this is very powerful micro and I have a very big voice. So I'll try to be brief because I know people want coffee and tea, and happy to see a very full crowd even at the end of the day. There's many things I can discuss on the closing notes, and I was debating what would be purposeful and as an ending tone. What I always like to do is the parallel of my own country. I always bring up stories. I've been in India for 15 years, and by and large, I would say I'm sort of like becoming native Indian as well. I view my world in the perspective of how I view people in India. But I still have at heart the lessons that I learned in Canada. And I will even mention, I remember when Trudeau got elected, and he elected half of his cabinet to be women, and because he said that, well, we're in 2020, so we'll have equity. So I wish people here, one day, having a mirror say, hey, we are here, Cabinet 2020. But beyond that, I think what's incredibly interesting is one of the things that catch my eye is as well how India is very different but very similar in Canada. The topic of entrepreneurship, women's labor force participation in women's agency is always at the heart of what I think is critical. Myself, I always keep this story of how I was raised by my mother, who was not very educated, after a divorce with 3 kids, very poor, and she actually took entrepreneurship. And one of these same schemes that the government promotes here to get a $1,000 loan at the time to start a bookstore. And I think that was the critical start to understanding, this is big problems and big agency. But I also saw how that progression contributed today to how, countries like Canada have equal policies. I would also say India is in that great trajectory. The other thing that I don't talk too much is one of my paternal grandmothers. She's one of the first in Quebec that actually went, a woman who was 19 years old, went in a very rural area to educate people. Very rarely heard of. I think her story was illustrated in a book and a series in Quebec. One of my cousins was a very good author, decided to write it. And I would say it was not the uniqueness of what she'd done, it's just because those stories are things that made people move. And when I see as well, a lot of the stories that people have written as well, and I think someone mentioned one story is not enough, but I think one story that inspires is enough to start a spark as well. Might not be enough for policy, but I think you really have to understand, where to go. The other thing is that there's many things I can say as closing remarks, but I think I'm in front of a very well-educated crowd, probably even better than me on women's labor force participation. And I thought I'd focus on one aspect where the beginnings of IWAGE. So unfortunately, Yamini left. Yamini, of course, she's at UDT Foundation now, but IWAGE started with an ideal somewhere in a coffee table in Bangalore. I think this German place called Max, over chocolate cake. And we were discussing to say, what can we do? How can we roll? And that's how we fleshed out sort of the initial ideas to say from the very beginning. I remember the very humble, we had an office in Green Park where Preeti Baba here, the first step as well is to see, okay, where do we put people? How do we start things from scratch? Why I feel it's important to talk about this is it's not easy to start institutions, but it's critical. So you start by the ideas, then the structure, and how you think about it, how you go about it, and then the people. Which are the people who you can bring aboard? I remember vividly every interview I've done, especially for IWAGE. I could remember Shona's interview, which was excellent, and I remember my boss at the time, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sundar, leaving, and he left and said, Sharon, make sure we hire her. So that's one of the things. So I think it's been a process. She has stood the test of time. It's not easy to start institutions, but it's quite critical. I think we see the loads of people with ideas. I think India is not, people with ideas, ambitions. We've seen a lot of solutions, but these things need to marinate and be incubated and be implemented somewhere. And not all the solutions arrive at the same time, I would say. So I think the beauty of creating institutions that gather knowledge is actually this. It's that you accumulate knowledge, and when it's actionable at the appropriate moment, you can pull it out and say, hey, we've done these 5 things. Let's connect the dots, and suddenly, there's a spark. But you need institutions like IWAGE to be like spark generators in a sense, which is not easy. You also need to understand how to bring people together. One of the things that I also learned is the power of connections. I think it's incredible that a lot of the people here in this room, I've worked indirectly in some way or indirectly, even people who are on the panel, we've known before any positions and things like that. But what's great is they always have the same ideal of growth, of coming together, of sharing ideas, regardless of the institution. So IWAGE as well is sort of like created with a sense of the platform, bringing people together, but as well retaining the ideas. The other aspect that I found critical and that I noticed as well having done research is that I think local context matters a lot. I think IWAGE being an institution embedded here in India with welcoming ideas from abroad, but as well making sure that you pave your own identity, what works for India in a sense. We can be inspired by others, we can share stories and things like that, but localizing the context. As well, I think IWAGE is actually embedded within a wider ecosystem. So the ideal of why gender as well fit well within the other structures we have, because it's impossible to do everything. You don't want to boil the ocean in a sense. You want to make sure that you remain focused. As well, I think many people, and I think Sabina had mentioned as well, the world is changing, no? So how do you make sure that you equip people to address changes? How do you make sure gender has specific expertise to integrate that change? Now is the moment to do. One way to do it is to be embedded in an ecosystem that enables you. IWAGE as well, I think, is well positioned as well to teach future generations, where I think even learnings for what is being done in real time can be taught in a university. And this is the first time I hear this, it's rare in the world. So I think we're creating a movement here where researchers can talk directly to students and teach them even before publications are come out. So I think there's several ways where one can make an impact together. Lastly, one of the things I think that really matters is focus and endurance. So what I mean that is that people, I think today it was rightly said, I think even at the beginning, Ashan had mentioned, we know all those solutions, but we're not doing it. Being 15 years in the same position, I would recommend you need focus and endurance. I think you need to really, really keep the eye on the ball. You need to also be resilient, because it's a big tidal waves that'll come at you. I think the ability to want to make a difference in a world that's so complex and difficult And at the end of the day, like private sector didn't do it, government couldn't do it, and now it's us with even limited resources to do it. So, the odds are stacked against us, but yet I think the work that IWWAGE has done is a wonderful way of like merging this under odds, under difficult, with the odds stacked against them, to able to make a name. Be that, I always like the type of institutions we are, I always compare it to, these small adapters where you could have a sophisticated Mac, or anybody went to a rural area and tried to plug their laptop or find something doesn't work. You have this, 200 rupee piece of things that helps you connect. It is critical. It is not huge, it's not big, but it's critical. And I think centers like IWWAGE play that critical positions, where you bring people on these platforms, where you collaborate in a meaningful, focused way and sustainably. I think I've seen over time, how it's important as well to have these gatherers of knowledge. And like I mentioned initially, I think one of the single most important things that I've seen to be able to grow is the ability to share as and when and whenever you can what you're doing to the right people, and repeatedly, actually. So I don't want to speak too much because I know people are really keen for a tea. I just want to say it's been a wonderful experience so far. I think it's just one step of the journey ahead. I think it's great that we're nice here and comfortable, but I think someone mentioned as well, to do work in this space, you have to meet women where they are and who they are, which means that our big work is actually out there in the field, talking to women, bringing their stories, stitching them together, and making them actionable. So I thank you, everybody, today. I wish all the best for IWWAGE. One person that has not been felicitated, and she's not here maybe, but I'll mention Sashi from Gates Foundation. I think she's played a memorable role. But I also think that we don't need to be in front, but I think people who contribute and everybody who I've missed, thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Sharon. May I please request Usha ma'am to come on stage so that we can facilitate Sharon with the memento. Thank you, everyone. I would now like to call and hand over the stage to Shruti Kutti, the program manager at IWWAGE, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Pallavi. And in line with the impeccable timekeeping that we've managed throughout today, I'm going to keep this short and let all of you get your teas and coffees. Before that, I want to begin by thanking all of our speakers for those insightful discussions. Our wonderful audience, it's been an absolute pleasure to host all of you, and it's lovely that all of you have been so engaging and patiently waiting for your teas and coffees. As we've gathered here to mark this important milestone, we would like to really express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has played an integral part in this IWWAGE growth journey. All of our partners, partnering organizations, networks, individuals who've journeyed with us, who've been with us actually since today morning. Many thanks to the Gates Foundation for their support throughout the last 5 years. Major thanks are in order to all of you who've helped put this event together. Thank you so much to Sharon Bhutta for her unwavering support throughout the planning and execution of this entire event. Our lead colleagues, Preeti Rao, Diksha Singh, Shaktivel Arumugam, Dhanancharian, Karunakar Rao, and the finance team led by Anandya. Thank you so much for all those sleepless nights, I think, the last few days at least. Thank you so much for all your support. Special thanks to the entire IWWAGE team who've been working tirelessly, especially the last 1 week, for putting all this event together and making this a success. Finally, we hope to stay connected with everyone gathered here and build meaningful partnerships and collaborations for what we believe is the common goal of women's economic empowerment. Thank you once again. I welcome you all for tea.